Oh, welcome back to Vance Online's coverage of the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. We are having all sorts of laughs and comedic moments in the background here. I started an intro and I didn't even have my microphone turned on. But welcome back to Vance Online. We are continuing our non-stop coverage of the iRacing Daytona 24. Jay Kennedy, Corey Ott and Brant Tucker in the commentary booth for the next little bit anyway. I don't know how much longer before, but we go back to the battle that we were watching before the break between Champs iRacing, iRacing Argentina. They're both coming up to their phase of pit stops. The gap between those two cars has not changed at all. That is still the only real battle on track at the moment as well.
And just as I turn to what other car do I see there? The PSS Ferrari. I don't know how many times I've seen this exact same similar picture throughout the race today.
Yeah, it's been always seems to get themselves into that battle, and as we said before, the pace difference isn't huge. So some of the slower cars or some of the slower drivers in the GT field are matching pace or just slightly quicker than the very, very quick cars in GT3. So it's a lot closer of a battle than you would think.
Makes it rather frustrating when you're sitting in your seat doing the whole trying to push the car forward thing, saying go faster, but you're already maxed out and you got a casual GT3 just chilling beside you. It's rather irritating.
We're just seeing the Evolution Racing Team 226 car in the pits, and they have driver swap as well. Riley Blythe jumping into that car at the front of DP. It is as it was when we went on our break to swap streams. Vendavel Sim Racing White still leading this race. They have a 63-second gap at the moment, and that is growing every lap. Juan Lopez is doing a phenomenal job out in front at the moment.
Yeah, that car is definitely showing its just utter domination of the DP class at the moment. It hasn't really been challenged since we've been on air, just continuously pulling out those margins, and it's only the Radicals car that, as you said, is 63 seconds behind. That is the only other car on the lead lap in the Daytona prototype class. So Vendavel certainly seeming to have a stranglehold at the moment, but nearing 12 hours to go. We're entering the second half of the race, and this is where we might start to see some fatigue and driver mistakes starting to set in, depending on how long these guys have been in the cars for.
The battle that we're just going to focus on for a little bit, Gym Racing DP versus Team RSO. Have a look at how close they are getting. Gym Racing cars are around about a second off the pace in comparison to the Team RSO at the moment. So we are interested to see, probably due to the damage to the side of that 44 Gym Racing DP car, it looks a little bit sick on the left.
We've seen RSO starting to work its way up through the grid. We saw that battle when RSO was battling with MSP Phoenix Racing. They've definitely got some pace in that car. Cedric's been absolutely killing it in that at the moment, so they're in P5 and hunting down P4.
There are no questions going to be asked very, very soon. All right, what did we all get to drink? We all need refreshments when we had our little break. I'm sure we all ran out to get a beverage. What did we all get?
No, I've got ice cream on my hand.
Ice cream.
Yeah.
I should have grabbed an ice cream out of the freezer on the way through. Brent, what did you go for?
Responsible adult, and went with water.
Water.
I decided no, since I have to do another 4 hours of driving, I can't get wasted and drink Canadian clubs.
Yet.
After
Maybe.
the stream, you can.
I've gone to Powerade. So
Once Cato jumps in the car, I'll be fine. I'll just be like, aha, Canadian clubs for days.
no, yeah. Semi-responsible for me. I've gone the Powerade.
But you're an adult.
I am an adult, but I also am struggling with 42-degree heat in my garage right now, in my shed. 5 screens in front of me, 42 degrees. It is not fun, but
Indeed.
we're sweating out in the sauna. And
Jay, you need a bathtub filled with ice, and you just sit in there and broadcast from that.
oh,
That
look,
would be.
I actually am considering having an ice bath after this finishes. I'm not one for ice baths. I'm not a big fan, but with how hot it has been, and as I said earlier, if anyone's been watching the Australian Open tennis and seeing what those guys have been going through, just imagine that, but about another 4 degrees hotter. That's 4 degrees Celsius and about 10 Fahrenheit. That's what we're dealing with here in central Victoria. But
In a shed.
In a shed that has a tin roof and a brick wall, and the hottest part of the sun is where the bricks are facing. So, yeah,
So,
bad moves.
So I'm going to say here, but a tip to anybody who's building a house: do not put your sim rig stuff in the hottest part of your house / shed, whatever you have.
I probably should move my stuff to the other side of the shed. It might be a bit cooler. We might try that one day.
Just to turn our attention back to this race that we're apparently streaming. RSO closing in on Gym Racing DP continuously. The margin has decreased over the past couple of laps while we've been discussing how hot Jay's shed is and whether or not he's going to spontaneously combust.
Not quite.
I think that's a yes after the stream.
It probably will after the stream. We've got 4 hours to go though before we get there. The champs iRacing versus iRacing Argentina. Looks like there's always going to be a change of position, but that iRacing Argentina car, they are playing the long-term game. They are just saving fuel to get extra laps every stint. They're getting an extra lap on their opponents in every single stint because they're just tucked in behind.
It's a smart play, really. Conserve your tyres, save a little bit of fuel, as you said. Get over 24 stops. You get an extra lap. That's basically 3/4 of a stop there. So really looking at potentially only a splash and dash for track position at the end of the race to potentially grab this GT3 race win. But you can't forget about Vandervelde, who have pitted, and as we know, these guys are about 13 laps off sequence with Vandervelde compared to champs iRacing Argentina. So just maybe iRacing Argentina trying to slowly play the long game and work their way back on to being with par with Vandervelde, strategy wise, to equal it up and give them a really good shot at that race win.
Go back to that DP battle once again, because Gym Racing versus Team RSO was very close coming into turn 1, and RSO made a little bit of a mistake, weren't quite able to get it turned in at turn 1, and they've dropped back a little, but the draft is playing very, very strongly to their advantage right now, and they've tucked up behind almost enough to pack and send into the bus stop. Glad they pulled out of that one.
Very, very close there. Now they'll get a massive run through the oval turns 3 and 4, and will probably either make a move at the tri-oval or try and stick on the outside to turn 1 here. As he comes back down to the draft now, just going below the yellow line, and I think Gym Racing has realised that it's done, it's dusted, and RSO just glides by with no issues at all.
Yeah, it's done fairly easy in the end. Probably a lap longer than they would have originally expected. Just hear a car in the fence just ahead as well. Who's that coming out of the pits?
It was SRB Endurance Brulo Faria, but looks has hit the fence.
Yeah, definitely heard a big heavy contact into the fence coming out of the pits, and that's what, the 3rd or 4th car that we've seen in the fence coming out of the pits, if I could even speak English. It's been a long weekend of talking. Talking has definitely not become a strong point by the end of this day.
TTL Esports Joe Burkett coming into the pit lane for a scheduled stop.
Driver swap as well,
and
Jake Maloney.
Maloney getting in. So
iRacing Argentina have taken the lead once again. Now, what's the bet? They pit this lap. How many times have we seen that? They will be in this lap every single time.
95% certain that they're going to pit this lap.
Hey, guess what? We're under halfway, or over halfway through this race. We have 11 hours, 59 minutes and 11 seconds left in this motor race. Completed 432 laps. We've got about another 432 to go.
It's a mammoth effort to do 432 laps in 12 hours and keep the car clean, consistent, and utterly dominate like your class.
English,
I'll try
mate.
that sentence again.
English.
To utterly dominate your class like Vandervelde have, it's definitely been a class act by them, and they've actually lapped SimCube IronX Racing, so they are...
The SimCube car actually is starting to close up again. They were already lapped down, but Nick Ottinger in the Radicals Online car has come in to make his pit stop, which has put them behind. So they are a full lap ahead of the rest of the field.
So that cements their complete non-domination at the moment. They're just keeping it clean, consistent, and that's what wins you these big races.
Look behind from the iRacing Argentina car to Champs iRacing, and as we said, we're fairly sure that the iRacing Argentina car will come into the pits. We'll see them duck below the yellow line as they come onto the main straight.
No. They're spicing things up.
So they're going to get 36 laps on a stint.
That's
a big stint.
That's unheard of.
This is their 36th lap in this stint. Last time around they did 35 and Champs did 33. iRacing Argentina at the moment, this is their 36th, and this is Champs iRacing's 34th. We know that the Champs iRacing car led for 34 of these 36 laps in this battle pack, so would not be surprised, 33 I should say, would not be surprised if they both come into the pits this lap. We'll see.
But that just goes to show just what lifting and coasting and, you know, staying in the draft can do to get you an extra 2 laps per stint. That will really, really add up over time.
Well, it'll bring it back strategy-wise on Vandervelde in no time. They're now only 14 laps in different in regards to stint length, so it's really going to change how this race plays out for the next little while.
They're slowly, as you just said, Jay, slowly working their way back onto Vandervelde to be on par with them, and I think that's a big strategy call there to try and get on par with Vandervelde without having to do a splash and dash mid-race and sacrificing track position. If you can eke out, you know, the laps every stint, you'll work it up over time, and you won't lose any track position, which is key now that you've entered the second half of the race. As we see both of them coming into pit lane, yes.
So 2 laps advantage. Have a look at how committed the Champs iRacing car was there. Rico Garcia had to check up because their pit stall is right at the front of the pit lane. The Champs iRacing car is at the other end of pit lane, so that meant that they could be a little bit more committed. We're just going to go back to the Team RSO versus Gym Racing DP cars. They are going at it right now as well. They are close once again. The Gym Racing car dropped off.
RSO working their way through that Ferrari 408 through those GTE cars, as we've seen Gym Racing starting to do the same now. So now that he'll have clean air, he'll be able to get back and latch into that draft that the RSO DP is forcing for him.
Champs for iRacing and also iRacing Argentina both still stopped, so definitely taking tyres in both of those cars. They're going to lose a fair bit of time to the Vandervelde Sim Racing yellow car, but they're thinking long-term game.
Long-term.
Anyway, Champs iRacing are away, and iRacing Argentina are going to come out, guess what? About a second behind. Is this
again?
This is, what, the 4th time we've seen this now? Nothing separating these two cars. Actually, this is a little bit further back.
Have we stepped into a dimension where it repeats everything? Like,
oh, it's just weird, isn't it? Hey, talking another battles, Glacier Racing versus Alpine Eagle Racing. Alpine Eagle Racing with Robert Klotz at the wheel, side by side, almost contact into the bus stop. That was very, very close.
Side by side into the bus stop. Doesn't matter if you're in a same class car or a different class car. You don't really want to go there too wide. It generally doesn't end well, and quite often results in death.
We need a CPR replay of that side by side into the bus stop. And then we're going to go and get another replay of that pit entry from the Champs iRacing car, because that was committed. And wow, that was close to contact between those two cars.
And not being quite in pit lane yet, it would have been just outside where the damage would have, where they could have made contact. Obviously in pit lane you can quite often drive through cars and not have any resulting damage, so very, very lucky there on that pit entry, but it was uber committed. I mean, I've done that in my stints in the Ford, just bang it right up and then lock all fours because hey, I don't need them anymore. I'm getting pointed.
Yeah. You know, see the commitment level absolutely maxed. And just notice as well the Performance SimSport car, the Ferrari that we'd seen around these two cars, the Champs iRacing and also the iRacing Argentina car, they are out of the race. They're in the pits and stopped. So that is race done for those guys. We're going to go back to this battle in the DP class again. This is 4th and 5th once more. Team RSO versus Jim Racing. And just behind as well is the Vanderval Sim Racing car. That is the blue entry, I'm pretty sure, that's right behind.
Position 9, yes.
Yeah. So that's Fabrice Canillas, who has continually been the fastest car on track, trying to work their way back into this race from 7 laps down. It's going to be a tough ask from 7 laps down, but they are the fastest car on track, and that's probably the first thing you need to try and get yourself back into the race.
Fastest car on lap track, and you need to be able to do it consistently, but 7 laps is a very long time, as we see Team RSO actually peel off into the pit lane, so that will free up the Jim Racing car to go ahead without any worries for the time being.
We'll see where they come out, because they're probably going to be very close to Yovak Keeney, who they were battling with in the last stint. We'll just see Keeney with a big slide coming out of turn 6 and onto the oval. It's a very, very big slide. And Philip Schellenbach has jumped into the Team RSO car. Well, it looks like the most of the field has now stabilised and become a little bit more stagnant after the little phase of pit stops there. The closest gap between two actual battling cars, if I can speak English, is Alpine Eagle Racing and Glacier Racing, but we know that the Glacier car is a little off the pace. They're always dropping back through the field, so we'll see the Alpine Racing car likely pull away. And then just ahead of them as well is our solo Ferrari GT3. They've got about 4 seconds at the moment to Shinya Michimi Racing, but the Shinya Michimi car is starting to close.
As they come through the... No, that's not International Horseshoe, is it? No, that's turn 3, sorry, my apologies. But yes, no, you are correct. As well, you've got the Vanderval car behind them as well, so looking to put another lap on the Shinya Michimi car. But they are closing up on the R4R Motorsports Ferrari at the moment.
You let out another yawn, and for some reason I don't know why, but it's not actually showing the team name on our overlays for that car. So don't know why that is. I can't explain it, but anyway, it is what it is. But that is Scott Michaels behind the wheel of that car right now, 32nd outright, but 5th in class. But a fairly big gap to the TTL Esports car with Jake Maloney now at the wheel of that one. But behind, as we've been saying, that is where the real battle is at the moment, because Shinya Michimi is starting to look like they're going to close up behind. Corey's jumped out for a couple of moments. So Shinya Michimi now 3.6 seconds behind The Ferrari is the lead car. The Vanderbilt Sim Racing yellow car comes on through with Hayden Burns at the wheel of that one.
Good to see an Australian name like Hayden Burns getting picked up by Vanderbilt. He's fast, he's consistent, and definitely will be a future up-and-comer, I think,
Yep.
in the Bears series.
Yeah, there's a few Aussie drivers that we know have a lot of skill that have been picked up by international teams. Another one I can think of is Damien McPhee as well, who's very, very quick and one to watch as well. So good job from Hayden Burns, who formerly, from memory, was part of the Mad Cow group.
Yeah, he started off, I think, at the Selby Racing in AEC, and then moved to Mad Cow, and then
big promotion to Vanderbilt.
Had a bit of an off year, so Vanderbilt's picked him up, which was a good signing by him. Admittedly, I did try, but he was already committed.
Vanderbilt lead this race by 1 minute and 16 seconds in GT3. In DP, they lead by 1 full lap. The actual gap is 1 minute and 1 minute and 40 seconds. So they are well and truly dominating this entire race, leading 2 classes by a very, very strong margin.
Whilst the DP looks very comfortable, we can't forget that we do have the Champs iRacing and iRacing Argentina cars slowly hunting the Vanderbilt Sim Racing yellow car down in the GT3 class. So nearing the end of the race, when race spot's on, these top 3 will no doubt end up on the same strategy, and that will be one hell of a battle to witness.
Yeah, it will be. But the thing that's surprising me is the Vanderbilt car, obviously, as we said, didn't take tyres at the stop. But the Champs iRacing car and the iRacing Argentina cars, they did take tyres at that stop. But they're all lapping at around about the same pace. Matias Canapino's jumped into the car in the iRacing Argentina car. Fernando Guerrero stayed in the car in the Champs iRacing car. And as we said, Hayden Burns in the Vanderbilt car. But they're all lapping pretty similar lap times as it is right now, which is surprising considering brand new rubber on the Champs and the iRacing Argentina cars.
That just goes to show the level of drivers that Vanderbilt has in Hayden Burns in that car at the moment, to be able to maintain on probably a stint and a half old tyres, stint and a quarter old tyres, as opposed to basically brand spanking new rubber on the Champs iRacing and iRacing Argentina cars respectively.
The Simulcube Inex Racing in and stopped at their marker, and just also seen the Performance Sim Sport car jumping back out. Another car that has come back out, RRT, they are 167 laps down, but they are back out on track. How's that? 167 laps down, 151 laps behind their class leader. But good to see them back out there. You never ever can discount commitment from jumping back in the car when you are pretty much half the race. That's essentially 6 hours behind.
I mean, that's dedication, but also look at the. I mean, if you're not already at like a pro class license or an 8.4.99, for those of us, you can basically just race laps and get bulk safety rating from it. I mean, it's little to no reward, but it's something.
Well, it's also the achievement of actually saying the finish.
Sorry, and to finish a 24-hour race, regardless of how many laps you are down, it's a feat in itself to be able to say you've come across the line after 24 hours. So hats off to them for continuing to go. But
still a chance they might gain a few spots in class too, depending on what happens with other drivers in the race as well. So they could still jump up a few spots, but at the moment they're 44th outright, 16th in class. They will gain a spot in around about 52 laps. Only 52.
That's with the Sim RC car, number 78, currently 114 laps down.
Yep. As we see our leader in the lane, driver swap for the number 13 Vanderbilt Sim Racing White. A great stint from Wane Lopez. Kotaro Hashimoto has jumped in the car, getting a bit of damage fixed as well on the front. Just saw the front of the car get a little bit straightened out. So they've got plenty of time. So if they have got a tiny little bit of damage, they can get it fixed. Away they go, 32-second stop. So not an overly long stop, about standard for a driver swap.
The car's looking relatively clean, which is good and what you want after 12 hours. God damn it, 20 minutes of racing.
You're really struggling with this yawning thing. Is this staying away?
It's...
Do we need to send you a couple of Red Bulls there, Brent?
Don't mention Red Bull, because if Thomas is still in the chat, he'll start fanboying.
Oh. Alright, what's worse than Red Bull? Monster Energy? Ooh,
hey, hang on. I've been drinking Monster, but that was a big mistake there from Hashimoto. First lap out of the pits.
That'll be
And
those
already-
cold tyres on
Cold
the DPs.
tyres, yeah.
No tyre warmers on the Daytona prototypes, so... And on a night track, they come out stone cold, so it'll take a couple laps for him to get up to speed proper.
She'd be like ice for 2 laps, boy.
Shieldy, you'll just have to basically just dip your toe around.
That was
and
terrible, bro. What we might do...
I don't know what action I was going to
I don't know either.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're going to do a run through the field because as it is right now, it is changed a little bit from the last time we did a run through a couple of hours ago. So in first in the DP class, still the same with Vanderbilt Sim Racing. They now have a 1 minute and 1 second lead, and that will probably drop under a minute. Nick Ottinger in second position in the Radicals Online stick sideways entry. And then third, we've got the SimCube NX Racing car. Joe Ledden and Aero at the wheel of that one. Then we've got the Gym Racing DP car, Miko Milika driving that one, and I'm probably butchering everyone's names, but that's okay. Team RSO is in fifth with Philip Schoenbach in that car. Jovan Keeney in sixth in the MSP Phoenix Racing car. They're about 20 odd seconds behind the Team RSO car. Fourth, fifth and sixth are 2 to 3 laps down, so there is a full lap gap between third and fourth, the SimCube NX Racing and the Gym Racing cars. Behind the MSP Phoenix car is Evolution Racing Team 226, Riley Blythe in the middle of that one. Then Julian Rodriguez Marino in the Team Art and Esports. Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue, which as we've said is the fastest car on track, but they have a full lap to gain to catch that Team Art and Esports car. They probably will be able to do it based on the pace, but it's going to be a very, very tough ask for them to get too much further up the field without something else happening in this race. You never can discount anyone though. Bardal Endurance is the next car in 10th, and CTC Racing Black in 11th position. They're one full lap behind them is the MSP Phoenix Racing 84, almost 2 laps behind actually, and then it's the GT Ross SST orange car 2 laps back, which we've seen have all sorts of issues throughout the last 5 hours of this race. Then S2C Motorsports, who are about 10 laps behind the next car in class.
I think we should keep with the theme, and I should run down the GTs. I think so.
You can butcher the names.
What's that?
You can butcher the names.
I'll butcher the names. Yeah. So the Logical Vortex Sim Racing 24-hour car number 34 of Luis Rodriguez leads that class by. Well, and then the second and last car on the lead lap is Mark Elkerman in the Pure Racing Team GTE Blue car, the number 71. Third place is ID GAF Racing. Mike Dam in that car is doing a pretty damn fine job.
Wow.
Radicals Online is fourth place with Utah Saito in the car. And fifth place in the Inertia Sim Racing car, the 00. Bring back the Green Hornet days, or
Green Eyed Monster, you meaning?
No.
Is that the one you're meaning? The Green Eyed Monster?
Yes,
the old V8
Green Eyed Monster,
supercar?
yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes, that's one. Auntie... I'll just, I won't even bother with that. Sorry if I can't say names.
Ante Fidala. We'll go with that.
Fidala, there we go. And then sixth place in the Evolution Racing Team number 26 car of Johnny Grundy. I won't even try and pronounce them if I'm going to get them wrong, right? So,
I'm not saying
now
that.
I've lost track of what places we're at. 7th place in the Core Sim Racing GT car, Mike Pals in the number 5. And then the Evolution Racing Team number 27 car in, I can't even, 8th
That's
place.
Andrew Krall in 8th.
Andrew Krall?
Andrew Krall.
Right. Andrew Krall, right. And then 9th. And then 9th place, or 10th, I've lost count, I'm guessing 9th is Patrick Christoph Moser in the SimRC.de Crimson car. 10th place is the Various Quantas InSport car of Renz Brookman. 11th is the Gym Racing GTLM car of Julian Escuda. I don't know. And then the Team Buscabel 35 car. 12th place, they're what is 5 laps away from the next car. And then the Performance SimSport 297 of Liam Burns I believe the third last car running, or in contention of maybe getting a spot back there, a lap behind the Team Hulkenveld car. And then Black Bull and Friends, the number 3 car, they are not running. I guess they're not in the race anymore. We're gonna drop all the way down to what would be the RRT #Custom Cockpits car. They are what is over 120 laps from the next running car. And now it's time to take it over to Brant for the GT3s.
Jeez, throw him under the bus, man. You can do it though, Brant.
Rightio, so in P1, for position 1 for Vanderbilt Sim Racing Yellow, you got Hayden Burns, who leads by a lap over Fernando Guerrero in the number 12 Champs iRacing car, followed by Matias Campagno in the number 37 iRacing Argentina. 4th, we see Jake Maloney in the TTL Esports number 8. Scott Michaels in the R4R Motorsport 04 Ferrari, the sole GT3 Ferrari out there, sitting in P5 at the moment. So, great effort by those guys, given the fact that the Merc is an absolute powerhouse here. You got Shinya Mashimi in the Shinya Mashimi Sim Racing team. In 6th position, you got Robert Klotz in Alpine Eagle Racing, followed by Yoni Hagner in Glacier Sim Racing, number 7. SRB Sim Racing, the driver is Murlio Faria in the number 15 SRB Endurance car. Aftermath Motorsport Red sits in 10th in the 08 car. Followed by Bobo Albert in the 225 ERT Mercedes-Benz. Odox Motorsport Samsung is in 13th
12.
with 12. Oh god. With Jose
This was a bad move, wasn't it?
Jose Sanchez. You got Pure Racing Team Black with Patrick Wolf.
That's the last one
MSP,
running, I think.
and that's the last one running. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Hold on, boys.
Corey.
We've got 41 cars still running too, which is good to see.
Did you just call Big Cody, Brent?
He did.
No, I did not.
He did.
Yes, you did. Yes,
Once
you
he
did.
really needs to get on.
He won't be too far away.
So
we got a few replacements coming for you very soon, boys. It's okay.
So I can go
it's okay.
and sleep and eat my nuggets.
So, Brand has announced that he's going to KFC for lunch, but
Yeah.
Corey, what are you doing, mate? What are you going to have for lunch? Food is the biggest part of sim racing in these special events.
Oh, look, I've cracked open a tub of ice cream, had a bit of that, now I've got a can of Coke.
An entire tub. Please
might-
don't plan on eating said entire tub.
No, it's not a big 4-litre tub, okay? We're not that fat, right?
Yeah.
But I'm thinking of maybe getting a pizza, maybe a Domino's pizza delivered, but we do have a Pizza Hut opening in here, yeah, in town, so.
Oh, you're right. If I get a Domino's pizza delivered, I don't actually have to move.
Exactly, so you can stay in the comp box.
I sadly can't get any food delivered to my house. None of the delivery.
That's what you get for living out in the middle of Bufu, Egypt,
Well,
Joe.
I'm not quite. It's just We're in the housing estate that the shops haven't followed yet. We're getting new stuff soon. We're getting new food places soon.
Soon. Hashtag soon.
But we actually, believe it or not, this is going completely off topic, but still talking pizza. There's actually a bus that comes into our housing estate and cooks pizzas out of the bus in a wood-fired pizza oven that has been built into the bus on Friday and Saturday nights.
Yes.
How good is that? They drive
Fresh wood-fired pizzas are the best because
out of a bus.
Smoky aroma.
Exactly, and also as well, you got Friday nights off, Jay, so that's done right there. Friday
Oh,
nights
right.
at the bus eating pizza.
We actually, on a real side note, we actually go to my mum and dad's place, and they actually have a wood-fired pizza oven at mum and dad's. So we do have wood-fired pizzas at mum and dad's place. And shout out to Graham Bones Fireland, who often we catch up with for pizza at my mum and dad's place. We have homemade pizza nights, and I know Bones is watching because he actually put a photo up and sent it to me saying that he's watching. So hello, Bones. Gap at the front. I'm going to get back onto the race now. We've done that.
Yeah,
Gap first to second.
Race.
First to second is down to 58 seconds between Vandervelde Sim Racing and Radicals Online, and they're probably still another 10 laps or so away from pitting. So Nico Oninja is actually taking a decent chunk of time out of that Vandervelde Sim Racing car. That lap there, 1.4 seconds quicker, the Radicals Online car over Vandervelde Sim Racing in the lead of this race. This stint could change the complexion at the front of that DP field.
Well, now with the OP, the OP Juan here Lopez out of the car, and he is sort of in a class of his own and anything, but now with him out the car, we could really see a bit of a shake-up for maybe a DP lead, maybe a lead change during the next few hours here.
Alright, while we're still talking pizza, pineapple on a pizza, yes or no?
No.
I'm just going to say,
if it's
I used to be a no, and then I sometimes will have a Hawaiian pizza, and I don't mind it, but if I'm making my own pizza, I would prefer not to.
I'm the same.
How's that
with
for sitting
you,
on the fence?
I will always have a meat lovers pizza from Domino's, and I will never have a Hawaiian. For some reason, my dad is the weird one and has a Hawaiian pizza. But I would say, just for the hell of it, yes. If it's gonna be called Hawaiian, if it's not, you could not put that pineapple on the pizza.
You can't say, this is a very serious topic here, Corey. You can't say for the hell of it, say yes. You're either yes or no, not on the fence.
Yes.
I am on the fence, and I will say I do not mind it, provided there is no other option. I will eat it.
If
I will sit
if
on
there
the
was
same
no
fence as
other
you.
option and I was incredibly starving, then I would tolerate it. But if I have an option and I can choose, then no.
Look, we're going to have to keep... just been sent a message from Stephen Sandman Clark, no to pineapple.
Good.
Hello, Sandman.
Sandman, much respect.
Oh.
We
How
need him
are
to
we
be
going
the George Rick one night.
completely off topic here? We need to get Sandman back in the booth. I'm just going to go to a
Yeah.
battle. Heavily between 5th and 6th, our solo Ferrari in the GT3 field has now got company behind. Shinya Machimi is right behind there, ready to pounce.
Jay, try and say that name 5 times really quick.
Shinya Machimi.
Exactly.
No, I'll just say it once. Once is enough.
No.
Then you got the Vandervelde Sim Racing, as we see the Ferrari pull
That
off in
ends
the
up.
lane, so that completely null includes my comment I was about to make.
I do like their Force India-ish paint scheme on their car. Do quite like it.
It is very Force India. It's actually looks like the same sponsors and colour scheme. So Sim Racing, sorry, Champs iRacing still maintaining it, staying stable around about 2 to 2.5 seconds between them and iRacing Argentina. They are starting to take a chunk of time out of Vandervelde Sim Racing too, so they're now got it down to 1:15, but they're taking about half to a full second out every lap now.
And that could potentially be those older tyres on that Vanderbilt car starting to slowly meet their demise at the end of this double stint.
Yeah, almost at the end of this double stint too. Probably got another 3 laps or so before Hayden Burns will be in to grab some fresh rubber. Just seeing the GT Ross SST orange car coming in to get a driver change. Gaston Flores has jumped into that car. Also driver swap in the STC Motorsports cars. They continue to work their way back through the GTE field. Scott Nolan has jumped into that car. So starting to see a few different names jumping into the cars now. Jim Racing also in the pits and heading back out after servicing their pit stop. But Champs iRacing versus iRacing Argentina. This is the first time we've actually seen them have to fight. This is the first time we've actually seen iRacing Argentina not tucked up behind that Champs iRacing car.
Might be to the point now where the teams are just slowly starting to get, you know, a couple of their not as fast drivers to, you know, get their stints out of the way, get them done throughout the night shift, basically get the cars to survive to morning, and then throw the faster guys back in for a epic final few hours.
The issue you sometimes have with that though is how will the car be when you get the car back? You often don't want to give it up to drivers who aren't quite at the same ability for too long. Not saying that, or no offense to anyone in this field, but sometimes you don't want to necessarily give up your car when you're in a good situation to someone who potentially could ruin that race for you.
Not necessarily even a good situation, just a good rhythm.
Yep.
You're into a rhythm in the car, and you can just feel as though you can just keep going. So, you know, it's always a risk that, you know, someone could potentially have an accident. But unfortunately that is team racing, so you have to put your trust in your other teammates and pray that the practice they've done will pay off throughout the week.
Looks like we're not far off having Mr. Fonte himself coming and jumping in. He might nearly be here to jump in, which Grant means you can go and have your sleep when Fonte comes on. I'll let you go because I know you need it. The 04 Ferrari is now under pressure from Aftermath Motorsports. Sorry, mate.
That's fine. The Vanderbilt Sim Racing have nearly got a lap, or 3/4 of a lap or so, of over Champs iRacing and iRacing Argentina, and TTL Esports has actually worked their way back onto the same lap as the two former teams mentioned. So you've got 3 cars on the same lap for GT3, and then you've got Shinya Mishimi and Alpine Eagle Racing, and a couple others on the same lap, another lap behind. So
what's going to be interesting there too is when Vanderbilt come in for their stop, that's pretty much going to put all of those cars on the same lap. So we're going to be back to having 4 cars on the same lap with Shinya Mishimi not that far away as well. It's going to be good to see.
Looks like RaceSpot's going to have an epic broadcast coming their way.
Yeah, it's going to be a good last stint for those guys, and hopefully they're enjoying their sleep while they're getting it, because when they come back on, it's going to be action-packed for sure for the end of this broadcast. Our stint is going to definitely be very, very heated. So we're going back to that battle. This is 8th and 9th in class, so the 04 Ferrari did drop a few spots from that pit stop, but they now are under a lot of pressure, not too far behind. Trey Anderson looks like he might be a little bit more pacey, but we'll have to come into the pits in about 3 more laps or so.
How are we, lads?
Oh, here he is. Hello, Mr. Fonte.
How are we, boys?
Well, I'm not sure about Jay and Corey, but tired, very tired.
Yeah, because we don't stay up till 4:30 trying to support our team. We actually get some sort of sleep.
Sorry that
Sorry that you're trying to be a team manager and actually
Yeah,
a 24-hour race.
basically.
Good on you, Brent, mate. Good on you, mate. Someone's got to do it, you know. It's currently 2:30 a.m. here for me in London, so you know we're in for the night haul here too.
Good to see, mate. I love the commitment that you always show when you jump into these endurance races, Fonty. Brant, we'll let you go to sleep, mate. Thank you very much for jumping in. Appreciate it so much.
You're welcome. Anytime, lads.
Good luck when you actually get back in the car in a few hours' time too, after you wake up from your slumber.
Yeah, well, I got to go and actually check that because I forgot when I'm actually in the car next. So I might do that first and foremost before I get lunch and sleep through my stint accidentally.
Oh, you've already slept through one thing today, so...
Ha 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 ha. Funny.
Nice joke.
Just noticing too, the Glacier Racing car is in the pits and has been stopped for a long time. We saw that car going quite a bit slower than its competitors, so it looks like it may be day done for Glacier Racing.
So we had a good race, yeah, guys.
It's been very, very entertaining. It's sort of shifting a little bit of complexion. The GTE class is shuffling between two race leaders at every pit stop, between Logical Vortex and Pure Racing Team. At the moment, it looks like it's going to come down to whoever is on the right strategy to make it home at the right time. If depending on how their pit stops go, one of those two cars will win, the other car will come second. As it stands right now, the GT3 class is probably the most hotly contested at the moment, with the DP class. Vandervelde Sim Racing leading by a decent margin, but Vandervelde in the GT3 class is now in the pits to make their next stop, and Champs iRacing is going to come out pretty much with the Vandervelde car right now.
Yeah, okay, so we certainly love these tight endurance races. It's a bit of a shame that we don't have safety cars to throw that in the mix too, but yeah, the pit stops are, yeah, what you guys are saying, it's going to come down to that last one.
That's what you want to see too. You want these endurance races to come right down to the wire and into the last stint, so hopefully we will see some pretty tight, close racing come the end of this race. If Vandervelde still stopped, Champs iRacing is going to come on by, so this is going to get really, really juicy. Once the Vandervelde car comes out of the pits, they will slot into what looks like third position, and the TTL Esports car is now on the same lap as our leader, so we now have 4 cars on the lead lap in GT3. Dave Gelling in the Vandervelde Sim Racing yellow car, and they will tuck out around about 7.5 seconds behind iRacing Argentina. Now, important question for you, Fonty. It's been asked in the chat. Pineapple on a pizza, yes or no?
Oh, yes, I'm a fan, mate. I am a fan. But I eat anything, mate. I'm like, so.
I'm not going to say a word.
But I don't know if I should be saying this or not, but I think DP's battle for what I would believe would be 4th at the moment is starting to heat up between Gym Racing and ERT number 226 at the moment.
Well, they actually a lap down the ERT car on that Gym Racing car, but they're wanting to get that lap back. So the Evolution Racing Team car, the 226 Riley Blythe, they're in 7th. Next car ahead is the...
So someone has ran out of fuel, Joe, and it's the Inertia Sim Racing car. There is no engine noise, it is rolling through oval 3 and 4, so this is interesting right here.
This is very painful. It's a very, very slow... Oh, Jovid Keeney's around as well. The 85, Jovid Keeney. It's the second time we've seen that car involved in an incident. Get a CPR replay and see if we can pick up what happened to him, but...
And I think it might have a lot of damage to it as well, I believe.
Yeah, had a fair bit of damage anyway. Let's see if... It's just a self-spin. That one just ran a little bit wide and clipped that outside curb. Well, I hit the grass before the outside curb and looped it around. But yeah, that had a fair bit of damage to the left-hand side. Remember we saw that car get involved in an incident with one of the GT3 cars into turn 1 about an hour and a half or so ago. So now the Inertia Sim Racing car did not make it back to the pit, so they've had to escape, and that will be a very, very long stop for them. And we have a new leader in GTE because Mark Elkman has stayed out. They're on that alternate strategy in the logical vortex car. Luis Rodriguez in, pit stop done, fuel filled up. Back out they go. They're going to be about 25 seconds behind the Pure Racing Team car.
I tell you what, these Evolution Racing boys, they're not doing too bad really. Just something there in P7. So not bad for those lads.
Well, 4 laps down off the lead, they got involved in a couple of incidents earlier on in the race, so unfortunate for those guys, but it looks like they're going to get past the Gym Racing DP car. Riley Blythe in the ERT DP. How's that sound? That's almost becomes a bit of a tongue twister, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's through and done for Riley Blythe. And the Inertia Sim Racing car still stops, so they'll still be towing back to the pits. So unfortunate for those guys in the situation. But have a look at the battle for what is now our class lead in GT3. It is down to 2.1 seconds. Matias Canapino is starting to close up to the back of Fernando Guerrero. And Dave Yelling in the Vandervelde Sim Racing car was 1 full second quicker than both of those cars ahead last lap.
So I've had no issues with people dropping out and stuff like that.
No issues in this server at all. We've been, touch wood, everything's been running to plan and everything's been running very, very smooth since we have taken over coverage. And for the most part, I think it's been pretty good in the top split. Had a few issues in some other splits, but for the top split guys, it's been very, very clean. As we go back to that Evolution Racing Team car is now right behind Evan Keeney, who we saw have that issue. So this is 6th and 7th in class.
Yeah, certainly looks like there's a bit of grip down there on that bit.
Well, definitely no grip offline in a lot of sections where we've seen GT3s go a little bit wide to let DPs through and vice versa, where DPs have gone wide to try and get past almost side-to-side contact between the ERT and the MSP Phoenix car as Riley Blythe comes on through. But that's 6th place now for Evolution Racing Team 226 with the MSP Phoenix racing car dropping back to 7th and just behind the Gym Racing DP car. They're in 4th, but they're actually starting to get a bit of pressure coming from behind on the timesheets with the Team RSO car closing up.
Yeah, that gap between 1st and 2nd, it's not really kind of opening up too much, where I do see the gap getting a bit bigger. Is that Orange potentially going around another car?
Oh,
no, he's in the pit lane.
is in the pits, yeah. So that's probably going to put that car a lap down for a short moment. We'll see if MSP Phoenix car with Evan Keeney, we'll see if he can stick on the rear of that ART car, but it looks like Riley Blythe might be able to blitz away. Fairly short pit stop for Nick Ottinger. He's back out 23.4 second stop. As Jovan Keeney lets by the 44 Gym Racing DP car. Nico Malika has gone on through. And not too many intense battles going on at the moment, but a lot of juicy battles that are brewing. It's sort of in a bit of a stalemate where you know in half an hour's time there's going to be some real spicy stuff going on.
Yeah, probably closest battle on track that I can see would be P28, P29, 2.5 seconds separating those guys.
Yeah, actually
With Simon Feigl a little bit further up, P21.
About to say that battle there, 7th and 8th, so the Inertia Sim Racing car back out after running out of fuel. The Evolution Racing Team car 27 with Simon Feigl at the wheel. About 1.8 seconds and well and truly in draft range. Will probably close that gap coming down through NASCAR 3 and 4. Need a bit of help from The Mercedes ahead there, that is, I think... No, not sure who that is ahead. Chinya Machini it is. So I'll get a bit of draft help coming on to the back straight as well, and then they'll have a DP come past as well, probably at a perfect time for that ERT car to get some draft. That's the second place car of the NX Racing SimuQ car. Actually lost out a little bit of time with that DP coming through, has the ERT car. So, pushing on. First, second, third in the GT3 class is probably the closest battle now between Champs iRacing Argentina, and Vendaval Sim Racing. Not much separating, 28th, 29th, 30th outright, but first, second and third in class.
What happened to the Trans-Tasman Racing guys?
We're not too sure exactly what happened. I jumped into the session about an hour and a half before we went live, and Michael Healy was in the car, drove it into the pits, and then they disappeared. So I'm not too sure what happened to those guys. Can't really tell you what happened there. I know that there's no one on their Discord, so they've obviously all packed up and gone home.
Packed up, chucked it in the transporter, and said, see you later, see you. Alexander Bob, they're the ones who are right up there too, so disappointing to see them out of the race.
There's a few teams that would expect to see going quite well, and disappointing to see them out. Tim Huskenfeld's had a fair bit of bad luck in both of their cars. One out, one still going, but in 12th position. But the Performance Sim Sport car also been involved in the wars and had about a 12-minute pit stop not that long ago back out on track. Another one that's had a bit of bad luck. MSP Phoenix, those guys have had a fair bit of bad luck go their way. Talking earlier, quite often to win these races or do well in these races, you just need a tiny little bit of good luck on your side. And some teams seem to get the good luck, and other teams only ever get bad luck in these races.
Yeah, well, that's motorsport, isn't it? It's, a lot of it is luck, you know, right place, right time. It's, yeah, you just, especially put all the cars together, and yeah, certainly, one person goes one way and you go the other way, and it is all luck. And yeah, you're exactly right, Joe. There's certain people that seem to get the luck better than what others do.
iRacing Argentina now right up behind Champs iRacing. How many hours have we said that for, Corey? That the Champs iRacing car has the iRacing Argentina car right on its tail.
I think it's been for what, about 2 or 3 hours now?
At least 2 hours, at least 3 hours, probably 4, maybe close to the full 5 hours that we've been live for here. I think almost the entire time we've been live, these two cars have been separated by no more than 3 seconds.
And Vendaval Sim Racing, they're starting to catch up now. Sort of a bit of a big gap to get, but just get some help from the cars overtaking from behind. So soon he might get them the next 10 laps or so if he tries as hard as he wants.
Of course, Dave Yelling just got in the car at the last pit stop. Hayden Burns was in the car. So Gallick did a very, very good stint earlier in this race as well. So good to see him pushing on at the front in our DP class. Vendaval Sim Racing lead now by 1 minute and 26 seconds over the SimCube NX Racing. But have a look at who is just behind, or actually a little bit behind, actually a little bit ahead, sorry, I should say. Just staying on the lead lap is the Radicals Online car. He's just come out of the pits, Nick Ottinger. So He's doing a good job just to try and hold on to that lead lap, and you can see he's not too far from catching up to the back of the SimCube NX Racing car. So Radicals Online versus SimCube NX Racing is shaping up to be a bit of a juicy battle as well. Will we see the Vandervelde Sim Racing car come past and lap the Radicals Online car? Big sideways moment for Hashimoto. Traffic could factor into whether the Radicals car gets lapped here. I also see on the timing screens that the Champs versus iRacing Argentina battle has closed up, but as we know, Corey, they probably won't pass them until one lap before their pit stop. Been fairly much tradition.
Pass them and then a lap or two later just go for the pits.
On board with
right now, Vandervelde Sim Racing White is just about to lap the 6 sideways Radicals Online car again. But he'll only go, the Radicals car will only go a lap down.
Yeah, it's going to fight hard to stay on this lead lap, but we've seen how this race has played out, that they've gone down, a lap down quite a few times and managed to get it back, so it would not be surprised if Ottinger goes a lap down here and then can fight back later in this stint or later in the race to come back onto the lead lap. Very, very close though, very tight.
I'm surprised how many cars are actually still left running. Still, what, 39 cars left running? So
Yeah, we've still got 40 cars going. The top 39 still running. We've got the RRT car back in 44th that have come back out on track. Really good to see. A little surprising at a 24-hour race halfway through to still have over 3/4 of the field running, or pretty much 3/4 of the field running.
yeah, because probably hasn't been too many accidents, I take it.
We haven't really had any accidents in our stint so far, have we, Corey? It's been pretty clean for the most part. A couple of little side-by-side contacts. One moment where a DP had to check up for traffic and got rear-ended by a GT3, but other than that, for the most part, it's been pretty clean, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been okay, but
This looks messy ahead of Vandervelde. Oh, around number 10. Just as we were saying how clean it's been, around goes the Odox Motorsport Samsung car right ahead of our outright leader.
sort of explains the luck they've had so far this race after a very good result in the BES last night.
I think we just threw the commentator's curse on.
Oh, we sure did. Right on cue too. We had the 3 classes all together. The Odox Motorsport car just moving down the track a tiny little bit to allow the DP through on the outside, being the lead car, and probably didn't quite realise how far up the Inertia Sim Racing car was on the inside. One last cut price racing replay, CPR replay. You see on board here with Inertia Sim Racing, probably judging there that the Odox car is going to go a bit wider, and then all of a sudden nowhere to go for that car. And, around goes Inertia. Around goes Odox Motorsport, who have not had any luck. They had all the luck on their side in Blancpain Endurance Series yesterday, but for this endurance race, it has not gone their way at all. They are still running. They are the last car running in GTE. They are around about 8 laps down from the leader, but still going. That's always the positive side. And we have had a change of position at the front of GT3. believe it or not, iRacing Argentina have gone through on Champs iRacing. It's the first time we've seen it pass really early in a stint.
They must be thinking, right, they're going to get stuck behind Champs, might as well try and make a gap of it.
Well, I'm wondering too, they've been a fair way behind, so they probably haven't been able to fuel save at all in this stint. So why start now? They might as well push on, get the position, get some track position. Because Vandervelde Sim Racing Yellow is not that far behind as well.
Simon Feigl also all over the back of Sim Racing there.
And that inertia car probably got a little bit of front end damage too from that incident. It's going to be interesting to watch. Will Champs iRacing come back here on iRacing Argentina? Vandervelde Sim Racing can see them now, see the two leading cars in that class. But Vandervelde being on that different strategy, they are going to resume the race lead in around about 2 or 3 laps time when iRacing Argentina take the lead, take their pit stops. But iRacing Argentina, Champs iRacing, maybe not going to change position this lap.
Well, in about 10 seconds time, we're going to be over 13 hours down and 11 hours to go. Talking about that strategy that Vandervelde have, could play in their hands if they play it just right at the end of the race, because if they are leading after their pit stop, but only Champs and iRacing Argentina have to do a pit stop, well then that's the race won. But we still have what is 10 hours to go until we hit that magical hour to go mark.
There's still a long time left in this race. We are back on board with the Evolution Racing Team number 27 with Simon Feigl at the wheel. Eddie Pelagia in the inertia sim racing car, obviously involved in that incident we just saw before, and it really starting to struggle is the number 00. So through comes the 71 leading car with Mark Elkerman at the wheel. We're going to put another lap on Simon Feigl in the Evolution Racing Team car, and we'll probably do the same to the inertia sim racing car in just a moment. If you're wondering why we are not quite on what you would expect, we started our broadcast on the half-hour mark, but we're just coming up to the race start now. The servers were delayed by around about 10 minutes or so. Now we're running about 10 minutes behind where you would expect us to be, but that's okay. We are still going, so we'll go to around about 4:40 Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. So we've still got 3 hours left of listening to us bozos, which we hope you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm sure the world finds it hard to listen to the Australians for 7 hours.
Oh,
but, you know, us Kiwis aren't too bad, really.
Oh, jeez, turn it up. I didn't even understand it. Didn't even understand a word you said then.
Didn't even understand a word I just said. Is that right? Maybe I'm turning too British.
Oh, saying before, it's a surprise that you've moved to somewhere other than Australia. Don't Kiwis always move here?
Yeah, well, it seems like that way, doesn't it?
Back on board with Dave Galley, so you can now see that red Mercedes just up the road for Champs iRacing, not far away, and he will close up probably in the draft right now because he's going to tuck in behind the DP that's just come past, which is the Vandervelde white car. Nick Ottinger is actually about to go a lap down because that's Ottinger just ahead as well. So they are very, very close now. The first and third place DPs is very, very tight. Sorry, first and second place DPs, because the SimCube NX racing car has just come into the pits. And we may see Vandervelde Sim Racing a full lap ahead of the entire field just before they come in for their pit stops, which they may actually come in and do right now. No, they're going to go one more. Side by side. It is. You want to be... They're so far ahead at the moment, and strategy-wise, they've got it nailed as well. So, doing everything right as it stands right now. Official gap first to second is 1 minute and 38 seconds. And a lap around here in the DPs at the moment with the current tyre conditions, about 1 minute 39. We're going to go back to the battle between Inertia Sim Racing and Evolution Racing Team in the GTE class, because now that Pure Racing Team car has got through, Simon Feigl is applying a lot of pressure to the back of the 00 Ferrari. I will not be surprised if we see a move here into the bus stop on this lap from the ERT, number 27. Maybe even earlier, thought about it. Coming into turn 6. We'll go through and head back onto the oval through NASCAR 1 and 2. ERT car very, very close now.
He was very close there a couple of laps before. I was waiting for a little bit of a tap in the rear, but still going on. Ferraris, for some reason, they like to have really twitchy rear end, especially through the bus stop. I've seen numerous guys when I was in the doing my stints before. I've seen numerous guys have a little twitch in the rear or lose it completely through the bus stop and through turn 1 as well. So at least these guys on the top split have done hundreds of laps of practice and are used to the cars and the setup. So
I'm sure they've got it fairly dialed in, but even still, we've seen it a fair bit, haven't we, where it's really twitchy in the rear. And I remember we saw, can't remember who it was now. Oh, I'm lost, my train of thought. We're seeing a Ferrari come past the Ferrari. We've got the white headlight Ferrari, the 04, which is the GT3 Ferrari. Start getting passed by the GTEs. So Bonte's stepped out for a minute. He's gone to make his dinner, so we'll have to find out what food he's into. Food is always a good talking point in these 24-hour races.
Well, race one had started, didn't they?
They did start it. I'm sure they'll be happy that we're continuing that conversation too around food. Very important one to have. That was very close.
Very, very close to the behind of the Inertia Sim Racing car. Little bump just for good measure as well.
Like a little bit of bump drafting in some $600,000 machines up the inside. Goes Simon Feigl with the very, very brave late braking manoeuvre. Through he goes, and he will now push on to try and close up that gap once again. As we've just seen our GT3 leaders into the pits, Vanderbilt Sim Racing now resume the race lead. Champs iRacing back out on track, and iRacing Argentina are just coming out now. iRacing Argentina have had a very, 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 very long stop, 1 minute 28 in comparison to Champs iRacing, 42 seconds. They haven't taken tyres. iRacing Argentina, I believe, have taken tyres and have had a penalty.
They might have. No, it wouldn't be from that way earlier when they were apparently speeding in pits, but might be something good to... Oh, look back in. Feigl gets very close to the double zero there into the international horseshoe.
Just going to try and get a CPR replay of the pit entry, and we'll see if we can see how quick. I can't actually get any live numbers or actual numbers of what speed they were doing at the point where they crossed the line, but iRacing Argentina definitely have had some sort of issue that has caused them to have a fairly long stop. Said almost 90-second stop. Compare that to only 42 seconds for Champs iRacing. Obviously no tyres for them, but that's all but put the champs car out of contention. And the champs car actually had to, sorry, the iRacing Argentina car actually had to have 2 stabs at getting in their pit box too. So possibly what the issue was there is I also seen the MSP Phoenix Racing number 85 car. They are in the pits getting a very, very long bit of service. So maybe some sort of issue for them. We'll go back though to Simon Feigl and E.T. Balaja in the Inertia Sim Racing car versus Evolution Racing Team number 27. This is getting very, very hotly contested. There's still about 10 or so laps away from the RT car coming into the pits.
Yeah, he's been very, very close to the rear of him through a couple of stabs with the horseshoe, and I think he's very good under brakes. He's very confident through turn 1 than what Anti is.
Your racing team from the lead of GTE into the pits. And big lockup too from Inertia Sim Racing. You can see the smoke bellowing out the rear of the Inertia Sim Racing Ferrari. Oh, and he runs off the track. Here comes the RT car. That's through. Feigel's now through as the Inertia Sim Racing car has made a big, big mistake letting that GTE through. So that has ended that battle a little bit prematurely. But that is done. Through up into 7th position goes Evolution Racing Team. And again, back in the lead once again in GTE. Logical Vortex Sim Racing for what will be probably the 5th time that those 2 cars have changed position. Back into the lead once again.
Just keep chopping and changing the leads of every single class except for the Daytona prototypes, that's for sure.
Well, the DP is the only class that we're not seeing any changes in position, isn't it? The Vanderbilt car now has that big a lead that they're really not being challenged at all.
All they can just do now is just run very consistent laps and hopefully keep that gap, and at the end, hopefully, they take the checkered flag as number 1.
Yeah, well, hopefully they don't get tangled up with someone else's incident. It's certainly unfair that you're always going to have in the back of your mind, especially when you're coming through these slow cars.
The Inertia car has actually just got back through on Simon Feigl as well. So that,
yeah,
we just saw that position just change once again around the outside into turn 1 by the looks of it for the Inertia Sim Racing car after that mistake. Big replay,
yeah,
sorry.
I've just been on board with Simon. It's a very consistent match, so.
Yeah, good to see that they are still pushing on, but yeah, just a classic draft move though there for the Inertia Sim Racing car. Now Fonty, important question because we've been talking food all race, as have Racebot during their broadcast. What's for dinner for you, mate?
Oh mate, I had some very, very chicken actually. Give me a bit of spice to wake me up, mate, because I had a long day at work and need some spice to kick me into gear for the rest of this wow stint anyway.
That wasn't what I was expecting to come out there, the bit of spicy chicken.
What do you expect, mate? What?
Well, everyone else has been going pizza, mate. Everyone's been going pizza.
Actually, I'm not a huge pizza person. Yeah, I don't mind a good pizza every now and then, but see, at the karting track that I run, we sell pizza, so I kind of eat a fair bit of pizza at work, so it's not really my food of choice when it comes to coming home, but in London here, everything's open 24 hours a day, so...
Unlike Kiwi land where, nothing's open Sunday.
Well, exactly, mate, people don't really, half of New Zealand don't work on Sundays, so...
It's on again between Inertia and Evolution Racing Team, isn't it? They're going to fight tooth and nail for the next little while because Simon Feigl definitely has pace, but he just isn't able to get past. That little bit of damage at the front is probably costing him some straight line speed and not enabling him. Oh, another big mistake.
There we go. Yes, he put pressure on there. Simon put a lot of pressure on, and I think that he thought he was coming up the inside, and he just lost that rear. So nice work by Simon there.
That's twice we've seen that, though, haven't we? Corey, we saw that just before.
they've got a bit of a gap to the next car in front of them. I'm not too sure what their pit strategy is, so might be with Simon. You know, if he does let him go past, he could probably save that little bit of fuel. I don't know what their fuel strategy looks like, but you know, if he could sit in that draft and save even, you know, half a litre a lap, not even that, he's going to be in a bit better position.
You got to be careful though. They've got the TMRC, the Crimson car. They're only 2 seconds behind, so we've actually got three cars all in position as the sim racing DE car just absolutely cuts the final part of the bus stop chicane straight across the grass.
Didn't even know there was a corner there and just went straight on.
Yep, just kept on going through. And going to come back here is the inertia sim racing car. Will we see another move around the outside into turn one? I don't think so. I think he's got out of the throttle early, saving a tiny dash of fuel, knowing that he wasn't going to be able to get by, so out of the throttle to save some fuel. Very, very good ploy.
Oh yeah, there's another little. Yeah. Jordi Lopez.
Yep, and the core sim racing car. Jordy's just lost spot there.
Yeah, lost the
Jordy's
pit,
coming into the pits now, so Jordi Lopez in. So the core sim racing car trying to work their way back up after having a fairly lengthy pit stop when we first started our stint of the broadcast. So for now back up to 5th, they were in the top 3. They dropped back down to about 7th or 8th, and now back into 5th position with the ART number 26 in the pits.
Yep, so Jordy's staying in the car. I think he must be almost ready to head back out there. What's an average stop? 34 seconds, so...
Yeah, no driver swap. You're looking around about
away.
30 seconds?
Yep.
Maybe there is a driver swap happening, because Jordy's having some internet issues as well, so...
Yeah, it looks like it is. I've dropped them
He's disappeared from the server. Watching.
Oh, that's a real shame for those guys. Here we go. Oh, no, is
he's
he back
back
in?
in
I see them flickering back in. There we go. Yes, they have changed. Johnny is in the car.
Yep. They're just watching at
That
the
was
moment.
that was a late call there.
Yeah, I think it maybe
Must
realising
be
that there's some internet
drama, eh?
issues and going, well, we might as well get you out of the car because we're going to have to, because there's no other way around it. We're just going to go back. I was just about to watch Mike Dam. He's not far off going a lap down from the pure racing team car, but we're going to go back to this battle between Evolution Racing Team and Inertia Sim Racing and see who is going to take the advantage here, because Simon Feigl looks like he has pace but isn't able to pull away because of the draft. The Inertia Sim Racing car is a bit more friendly and a bit more speedy with that draft advantage than Feigl was in the draft.
Yeah, these cars, this inertia car is quite well balanced. Just been on board for a few laps there. It is it's a little bit more settled than what the T car does. I must say, talking about ERT, Simon, he does an excellent job at everything for Evolution Racing. They are, they certainly put New Zealand and Australia on the map in a lot of the events that they run. And I was certainly very impressed. I know you had as well, Jay, at how ERT are going and how they promote themselves. So good on those guys. Yep,
they are definitely, those guys along with TTL Esports and Trans Tasman Racing are the big three in Australia and New Zealand. I don't think anyone will dispute that claim that they are the big three teams from Australia and New Zealand. And ERT gone a little bit of a different route than TTL and TTR with going international in the last couple of years with big recruitment drives. So good luck to those guys.
Now this might actually create an opportunity here with this inertia car getting held up there. Has Simon got a big enough gap? Well, there's only half a second, but if Simon could he's gone late on the brakes there. Here we go. It's on now. He's had a bit of a gap for himself, so there's a second in it. I don't know exactly how close they need to be for that draft to play.
There still will be a bit of draft, but they've got to watch out because the Sim RC car behind Patrick Moser, he's well and truly in the draft range now. They've got to be real careful from behind.
Yeah, exactly. So this could certainly open up a gap for Simon.
At the front of the GTE field, it is still as it was with Pure Racing Team dropping back to second due to their pit stop. The logical Vortex versus Pure Sim Racing is purely down to which car will have the right strategy come the end of the race for when they make their final stop. So they're on absolute alternate strategies, pitting exactly halfway between each car, and it looks like the Evolution Racing Team 26 car, they are done. They are in the pits, no driver in the car, they are out of the race.
That's a real shame for those guys. Hold on, I'll just fire up. I'll get in there, guys. Give me a hand. Don't know how good I'll go, but
You wouldn't be any good.
Tell me that, mate.
In saying that, I'm going to actually do some laps later tonight in the Torque car. I don't know what condition it's in. I don't know if it's still going. I don't know if it's still drivable, but I'm going to go in and do some laps.
Oh, watch out, everybody in the race,
Yeah,
mate.
sorry,
Get out of
everyone.
the way. Get it easy,
Oh,
man.
he's gonna be my split, so don't worry, I'll try and avoid him.
We'll try and send it.
You have to, mate. It's like a bloody mobile chicane there.
Oh, thank you for the support. Inertia is getting some pressure from behind, and what the ERT that ERT car dropping out looks like they are done, and the VRS Commander SimSport now has got a position back, so they're now back up to 9th in class. Renz Brookman now in that car. As we said, we missed the incident that those guys were involved in when we come in. They were in 11th in class, so they've now gained 2 spots. They're still 3 laps behind the leader. The pace that those guys have, they could still be in contention to pull something magical out, but it's going to be a tough ask for those guys 3 laps down. You never know though.
Well, it really depends out if they really want it or not, because if they really want it, they'll go as hard as they can for as long as they want, but we're in that second half of the race, so it's really now all about trying to see how fast you can go for that last hour.
Oh, good to hear. Torque car's okay. It's just 447 laps down. That's good. So it means that they did 30 laps. That's great.
Oh, that's no problem for you to do.
Mate, I can come back. I can catch that up. No drama at all. I mean, I haven't plugged my wheel in for 3 months.
Couple of weeks. Probably since the Rallycross update, wasn't it?
I think when the week Rallycross came out, I think I plugged it in and did about 20 races and haven't plugged it in since. Yeah, just see the Sim RCD Crimson car just get passed by the Gym Racing DP, but they are very, very close to the back of the Inertia and Evolution Racing Team cars, and we will see these 3 cars fight in the next little bit. We're not far off seeing the ART car and the Sim RC cars into the pits for their next pit stop as well. Been joined by another guest in the booth for the last little stint, Philip Morton from Oceanic Racing or GT Leagues Australia. Hello, mate.
How you doing, guys?
Very good, mate.
Oh, welcome.
Welcome into the booth. What I'm going to do, I'm going to step out from commentary for a bit and just direct and let you boys have a bit of a chat. And thank you for having me along, everybody.
No problem. Thank you for letting me in.
Right,
So you
now
had a crack at tonight, Phil, or what?
Sorry, I didn't catch that one thing.
Oh, I said, have you had a crack at this event?
Yes, I have. Been running literally since the start of it with a friend of mine from Boston. And
nice.
we literally done between us 12 hours straight. And,
Solid effort.
You seem like you're battered. You seem like you really do feel a bit tired there.
Yeah, a bit knackered. Came straight from that to this. Unfortunately, bad news, our car's out now. Teammates couldn't sign up, and the car got damaged really badly about half an hour ago. So unfortunately, we've had to hang up the helmets.
Yeah, well, that certainly rips you nicely, mate. That one when you're, you know, when you drive for so long, and then all of a sudden you're out, mate. You're a bit gutted. It kind of puts all that practice and all that, you know, into question whether it was worth it. But we go back and we do it again, as always.
Oh hell yeah, yeah, definitely. We've got Bathurst practice going up this evening, I think, for our teams. So yeah, it should be fun. But yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate, but hey, it happens. It's
Oh,
racing.
that's racing, mate. You're exactly right. That's racing. That's what we go back for every week.
Exactly.
So, well, because the current theme during this whole 24-hour broadcast is food. So, what has been keeping you alive for the past, what would be 13 and a bit hours?
Curry, definitely curry. A bit of pizza, and some muesli, strangely enough, and a lot of coffee. A lot of coffee.
You see, that's the thing. That, like, pizza's been a lot of, for some reason, Racebot. One of the commentators there ordered some pizza, but I'm thinking of actually getting some myself, getting it delivered. So,
Yeah, that's my lunch for after all the racing.
well, at the moment, I think we should focus on the racing at the moment because we have Patrick Sim RC, I believe, has either made the move or has done.
Yes, no, they have made the move. Yep.
And now we've got inertia behind Sim RC. We could see a move, but I think he's dropping back. So.
Yeah, that inertia has been pushing on quite hard, so possibly tyres slightly getting a bit warm.
And also, I think it might be a bit of a big call, but there might be a battle brewing for 5th place in GT again. Shania Mishimi and R4R might be getting close together again and having another battle.
Yeah, there's 2 seconds separating those guys, or just under 2 seconds, so looks like the gap's closing slightly. It's down to 1.7 already, so the helps with a bit of a draft there.
I think there's a bit of a battle going on in GTE between Evolution Racing and Simos. Oh no, they've just gone into the
Yes,
pits.
yep. Evolution Racing, Simon Feigl in the pit lane. Will we see him jump out? Not too sure how many stints he's done. Looks like he's staying in the car though at this point.
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go, Justin Hickman in the car. So who's going to get the jump on here? This is going to be really important. We're at 23 seconds for these guys and they stop now. Cars off the jacks. The Sim RC car, here we go. Oh, look at that. Bang, right up together. This race is still very much on.
I think that DP is actually going to help R4R get on the back of Shinya Mishimi as well. It's just going through at the moment.
Simon very good there on pit exit. The Sim RC car took it a little bit more cautious. In the pit lane there, I certainly myself, whenever I've driven it there, you kind of, you don't want to clobber the wall. So maybe Simon a little bit more in the groove rather than Dustin kind of just up in the car. Not too sure how many stints he's done, but yeah, Simon got a bit of an advantage there. We've got 1.5 seconds or 1.1 seconds between those guys. So Dustin certainly doesn't want to lose the back of Simon, but I think the car in front of him now will certainly help pull that gap in.
Yeah, as you can see, Scott Michaels is really getting on the back of that after the DP's passed. And oh, is he going for the move already? Yeah, into the tri-oval. And job done. Very clean around the outside. I don't think a whole lot of the fight was put up by Shinya there. Didn't think he wanted to like fight too hard, just maybe get in the slipstream and maybe save a bit more fuel. Oh yeah. There's oh, I can't see how many seconds are in that one. Still getting dust to my JRT. 3.4 seconds. There's only a couple of cars between them as well.
I think after my 4 hours in the combox, I think I might leave it at here for me, guys. Hope you all have a enjoyable time. I'll be I have to sadly go out of town. Go to town.
I'll jump back in with Corey jumping out, but thanks Corey for jumping in. It's been good fun. Thank you for jumping in after I had nobody. Ended up with two jumping alongside me for that first little stint. So thanks Corey for jumping in and appreciate it. Good luck if you get back in the car too, mate.
Yeah, I'm tired as hell, and then I've got to do the stint to finish it off tonight. So it's going to be so much fun.
See you,
You
mate.
boys have fun. See you,
Go
mate.
and enjoy your pizza.
See you later, Corey.
We'll,
I'll enjoy any food I get.
the battle between Gym Racing DP and Team RSO is getting very, very close. The last lap around Philip Schellenbach, probably not as quick as he had been, but the laps previous, he was taking almost a second out of the Gym Racing DP car. And that lap there, another half a second, he's now down to 2.8. Gym Racing
Indeed,
DP is looking not quite as comfortable, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. That Gym Racing car does seem to be losing a fair bit each lap at the moment to them. Hopefully we can find out whether it's just that they're going to come in for a pit soon or something, or whether the RSO car has just got that much extra pace with Philip behind the wheel at the moment.
Well, possibly too, that damage to the front of the Gym Racing car is starting to hinder its pace as well, because it definitely doesn't look as comfortable. There's a noticeable difference in pace. It's about half a second a lap. Last lap, I said it is enough to make a fairly decent difference, and we are also just having some issues where I've lost connection with everybody in the server.
Oh, that's not good.
Here we go, I'm back. I'm back with everybody. My first glitch of the day, that's always good.
Oh, at least it lasted this long.
Yeah, we've gone 6 hours live without any real issues, and that's the first one I've had. But yeah, 2.8 seconds at the moment, the gap, 4th to 5th. These guys are well and truly out of contention for the outright lead, because they are around about 3 laps off the lead. 2 laps between Gym Racing DP and the SimCube NX car, which is now well and truly stable on the lead lap. They are around about 13 seconds ahead up the road of the Vanderbilt Sim Racing White guys, but Gym Racing DP that lap there, exactly the same lap time essentially to the Team RSO car behind. But I think this will get a little bit spicy in the next few laps as Radical's online from second position into the lane.
Indeed. Let's go and take a look at them, see how
Driver
quick they
swap
can
as well.
actually. Yep. Adam Tierney in the car now.
He did very, very well in his stint that we started to watch earlier in the day. Vandervelde Sim Racing crew also in the pits. Fantastic stint from Fabrice Canellis. If he keeps going, it'll be phenomenal because he has been in the car ever since we've gone live, and he has just punched out qualifying lap after qualifying lap after qualifying lap. There's pretty much the entire stint been the fastest car on track. Unfortunately, they are a fair way down in the field, but watching that Vandervelde blue car, I mean, we know the Vandervelde white car, obviously same team, so that we know that the setup is going to be pretty much identical for those guys, but it has been phenomenal watching Fabrice Canellis and the pace that he has had in that car in this stint.
Yeah, it's a pity what happened to them early on in the race, actually, because I did get to see a little bit of a replay of that in between my stints, and it was really unfortunate to be taken out so early and have to fight back all the way through, but damn, are they doing well.
Just going to go back in the field. We're going back to GT3. Battle between Shinya Michimi and Alpine Eagle Racing. Alpine Eagle Racing have just been a little bit of a quiet achiever since we've been live. They were in the back end of the top 10 when we first come live. They're in 6th now and are fighting and possibly will take 5th position in the next lap or two here.
Yeah, it does seem like Shinya Michimi are running a little bit slower now.
It's a fair bit of damage to the left-hand side of the car.
Yeah, they're definitely down on top speed, but that damage, on the side of the car is definitely going to be hindering them even more.
Sorry boys, what I missed, I forgot about the old hot cross buns in the oven.
Oh, look out.
Yeah, I know, let's go grab them, mate. You know, so that was important, mate. So we're back on. What have we seen? Any accidents, any crashes?
Almost burnt the house down with his hot cross buns in the oven.
Yeah, I did, mate. God, that would have been good, eh? The missus wouldn't have been too happy about that one.
Imagine waking the missus up with a fire alarm from cooking hot cross buns at what, 3:30 in the morning or whatever ridiculous time it is over there.
3:15, mate. That would have been good, eh?
Yeah, Rick Fonte.
Yeah, I reckon. God.
Yeah,
Anyway, my hot cross buns are pretty good, I'll tell you right now, mate. They're a little bit crisp, but they're alright.
At least it'll keep you warm. Apparently it's pretty cold over there.
Yeah, it's like, what, 2 degrees here or something right now.
Yeah,
so.
I would rather that than what I've got at the moment.
Yeah, you say that now, okay, but I reckon in 6 months' time, when it's hot as hell for here for me, and then you're back there, you'll be sending me screenshots of how cold it is, sitting in there and rugged up with your blanket going on.
How cold it is here, or how hot it is there is a nice winter's day here, and you're saying how hot it is. I always laugh at that. A nice winter's day, and
I was going to say, isn't a heat wave just like the average day?
I'd love to see you try and put up with the weather that we've got here in Central Victoria right now.
I couldn't handle it. Mate.
Just check. Looked over my shoulder at the thermometer in the garage here, 44 degrees. So it's pretty warm. It's pretty warm. I'm sweating up a storm, but that's good.
I was pretty glad I got the night shift actually, because it's been too hot to race in the day for any length of time.
Battle's starting to brew, sorry to get it back on track at the race. Teo Martin Esports number 4 versus the number 85 MXP Phoenix car. That car we've seen in the wars, the MXP Phoenix car, but now that they've got a little bit of damage fixed, looks like they've got some pace back in it, and they're starting to close on the back of that Teo Martin Esports car. Gap down to 2.3 seconds. Last lap around, the MSP Phoenix car was around about 0.8 quicker and pretty much is in draft range now. You can see just ahead is the Teo Martin Esports car. Just underneath the overlay, that's always good.
We've got the legend himself, Mr. Bo Albert, join us in the
Oh,
conference
look
box.
out.
Yeah, watch out, Bo. Welcome. going on?
Banter's going to get high here.
Yeah, here we
Lights
go.
have
Talk it up,
arrived.
mate. Talk it up. Tell us
Hey,
how
mate.
you're going to win this race.
Well, actually, I firstly want to know what happened to the 26 car.
Well, you're telling me what did happen to the 26 car?
Well,
I just got back from my stint.
And it went in the pits and never come out. That was, what,
Yeah, they were sitting
25
in
minutes ago.
too.
They were about 6th in class or 5th in class, and they come in the pits and then they were gone.
All right, give
We
me
saw
2
a bit of
seconds.
internet drama, so there we go.
Brenton, what happened? No,
You
I
and that
actually don't know what
keyboard,
happened.
how-
Sorry, guys.
I love you with that keyboard. I always-
Mechanical. He's got a mechanical
Oh.
keyboard, does he?
Sure does. As Vendavel Sim Racing Yellow actually in the pits from the lead in GT3, so we'll see them shuffle back towards Champs iRacing, but Vendavel car at the moment looking the goods. And Team Martin Esports versus MSP Phoenix number 85. This is the closest battle on track, but Bo, talk us through your stint in your GT3.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Pace was okay despite our damage, which we did get early on, so we're suffering a bit with straight line speed, but sadly I did have a bit of a disconnect in the middle there, so that hurt us a bit. But we're on our own little lap. We've got a lap to the car in front and I believe 2 laps to the car behind, so we're just kind of chilling in our own little race at the moment.
Quali lap time, mate. Shootout laps between the team at the moment. Just trying to get the fastest lap, so you can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the moment, I'm winning only because I did the first stint, and that's when the car was at its cleanest because we got into trouble a
You'll
bit early
take
on.
that.
So I've managed to rig the entire competition, but yeah, like you said, I'll take it.
And nothing wrong with rigging a competition if
Well,
it
we're
means
gonna
you're winning
see a
it.
pass up here, guys. Sorry to interrupt your little mental session there, but we're going to pass about to happen for a P7, P8 outright.
Yeah, Teo Martin Esports car, whilst it's getting some draft from these other GT3, GTE cars, it is well and truly going to get rounded up. While the MSP Phoenix car going to set it 3 wide, or are they?
Oh, wow, that was so close.
He
Yeah,
definitely
these guys
thought
are-
about it.
These guys are absolutely going for it right now, and these prototypes, they don't stop in a turn 1 incredibly well. You might think they do, but when these cars get on the brakes, and with how low they are to the ground, they don't stop. So for these guys to be pushing almost 2 wide into their side-by-side, this is crazy stuff at the moment for P number 7.
Yeah, there's some nasty bumps on the inside as well, so if you do go too wide, it's very easy to end up in the kitty litter with 2 cars, very, very annoyed drivers.
Wondering if we'll
Yeah,
see it
absolutely.
this time into the bus stop, because Gregory Tansen in that MSP Phoenix car just said looked a lot more pacey, a lot more racy, but big slide from both cars. That was a bit of a
These
moment.
guys are leaving nothing on the table at all. They're using every inch of the car's performance right now, and probably a bit over as well, as Gregory Tansen there on the rear brakes barely pulled it up. And that's actually allowed David Perez to pull a bit of a margin, not out of slipstream range yet. But if Perez can just hook up the next few apexes, he might be able to break the slipstream. But that MSP Phoenix car has a lot of pace through this chicane.
Yeah, closed up quite well there, and coming on to the turn 12 banking. He's looking on the outside. Is he going to? Is he going to? Yeah, he's probably going to. There he goes.
You reckon, Phil? I don't know, mate. He might not. He might not. We'll see.
Started pretty easy in the end too. That was a very, very good move.
Yeah,
It was a classic draft
Done.
move at Daytona, wasn't it?
nice and clean, well before turn 1.
I am actually surprised at how clean a lot of these cars still are.
Yeah, for the most part, the drivers that are still going, we're just about to see another change for the lead as well in GTE. Take things off topic, and
Yeah.
no surprise that the pure race team GT Blue, as we have seen throughout the 6 hours that we've been live, change a position purely based on the pit stop strategy between these 2 cars.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Jane. Just going back to this battle at, for P7, P8, both these guys, you can really tell that their rubber is starting to wear. I'm on a little David Perez at the moment, and just watching him turn 3 there, and he was just, you could just hear the tyres absolutely screaming against the tarmac.
Just going to go back to battle. I feel like I said this not that long ago. Inertia Sim Racing versus Evolution Racing Team 27. Have a look at how close these guys have got once again. Both out of the pits. Driver swap in the 00. They're saying that Puka now at the wheel, but still the same two cars battling once again.
Yeah, it's great to see some RC cars slightly dropped off. Dustin not quite having the pace what the previous driver did to keep up with Simon. So he's dropped off, what, 3.5 seconds and 5 or 6 seconds?
Yeah, about 3.1 back now. And, Dustin Hickman now at the wheel, so it's probably still doing about the same pace. It's probably just when they come out of the pits, it's lost them a little bit of time.
One person who I reckon will be interesting, and we've still got quite a long race to go, is Mitchell de Jong. He's 41 seconds behind, but he is certainly one of the best sim racers in the world.
And the guy he's driving with, who's been in the car as well, one of the other best sim racers in the world, being Renz Brookman.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's Scott Fountain. He's not too bad either,
Oh,
actually.
look, here we go.
You know.
Gonna go back to that battle between Inertia and Evolution Racing Team, because that was absolutely a terrible joke.
That was a terrible line or what? You got to throw
like,
it out there in these races,
there's jokes and then there's absolute outright lies.
Ah. Hey.
Simon Feigel's doing a good job of defending you. I'm getting this back on track. You used to be good once.
Right, good on you.
Remember those? You keep on getting me to upload videos from you back in V8's Online, the V8 broadcast from way back in 2012, don't you? Remember that one day that I actually did alright?
Yeah, no, I actually did alright. Hey, it was quite competitive back in the day.
It actually was. It actually was. We're not going to take anything
Well,
away from the official V8 series. It was probably as competitive as we see V8 Scots now, but right now Simon Feigl has pressure behind. I'm getting it back on track. Did well there, didn't I?
Yeah, exactly, mate. Do that, John.
Oh, the banter levels
Oh,
up.
Simon,
Oh, no!
He's in the wall!
Oh, Simon, so lucky to avoid the wall there, just looping under brakes.
That was really unfortunate. Just the car, eh? That's the problem with some of these GT cars is as soon as you get the rear to snap, it's gone. You're a passenger. I want to go back and have a look at that. Maybe, Jay, you can get a replay.
Got a CPR replay on screen now. We'll see probably a little bit too much grass there, I'm guessing.
Seemed to unsettle on the curb, yeah. On the outside section of that curb and round, and did really, really well to avoid that wall though. That's a game ender pretty quick there.
Oh, he did, yes. Oh, well, I don't think it was the grass that actually, it was crossed up before he kind of got in there, but yeah, the grass certainly wouldn't have helped, but lucky. He was very lucky to collect the wall, so count his chickens on that one.
The thing with the GTE cars is they are quite aero sensitive. They've got a lot more downforce than the GT3 cars, and he was right behind one of the GT3s on the change of direction too, so that potentially could have just disturbed the aero balance of the car as well. And the 27 with a bit of damage on it from an incident with Team Redline a bit earlier in the race, so potentially just a bit of air getting in the wrong place on the car and just upsetting him as well. But a very odd mistake there for Simon Feigl, but nonetheless, car's still clean and he'll keep racing on.
Yeah, he will. He certainly will. When you make a mistake like that, you kind of takes a little bit to get you back in the rhythm. I find anyway. That's for me. But yeah, still doing a great job there, and he can certainly catch up. What is he behind? He's 8 seconds behind Dustin. So yeah, he's got every opportunity really.
Going to go back to the battle between MSP Phoenix Racing and TM8 Esports. We thought that Gregory Tansen, once he got ahead of David Perez, he might have pulled away, but that has not happened, and Perez is right behind the MSP Phoenix 85 car, who isn't too far away from coming in for his next scheduled pit stop as well. So this is going to get really juicy over the next 2 laps, I think.
And Teo Martin actually got a really good run through the bus stop there. Not enough to make a move into turn 1, I don't think, but definitely caught up a heap of time on him.
If he can get a good exit through the bus stop when they come up this time around, he might be able to get something to happen. You can see the gap closing. It's now down to 6/10, and well and truly draft range for that car. Will he be able to get a move done? Probably not quite as committed as he needed to be through the bus stop. Whilst he'll have a bit of a run coming on to front straight, not going to be close enough into turn 1, but you never know, next lap this could set up potential even into the horseshoes.
Yeah, I tell you what, I absolutely love this endurance racing stuff, guys. It's yeah, it's really, really cool stuff, man. And, you know, down our part of the world, Phil has a huge involvement in the Oceanic Endurance Championship. So any of you guys watching our broadcast today and are interested in coming in and getting involved in some of our endurance stuff, certainly you know, have a look on the forums and you'll see what we've got down here. We've got pretty talented drivers. Well, I certainly feel that's the case. Come down here and have a crack.
Next weekend as well, next round we head to the Nürburgring. We'll be live around about this time next Sunday, so this time in 7 days. And I know my body's not ready, and I'm sure you're exactly the same. Surely you're not ready for it?
The administration work I've got planned for this week is nuts. Got to get it all sorted out and all the I's dotted and the T's crossed.
Yeah, well, you certainly do a great job, Phil, and keep up the good effort, mate. We certainly love broadcasting your stuff, and it's the series is growing at a good pace. I certainly feel, and you guys are doing an excellent job. So keep up the good work, mate.
Oh, same for you guys. Without it, we certainly wouldn't have got the same sort of reach that we would have needed to have the sign-ups required. So thank you again for covering it. It's been a lot more successful than I expected in that respect.
Yeah, no, it's been a great series, and it's you know, a series like that because it's, you know, it's only really in its first year, and you know, the next season it will grow into something bigger, and then once we sort of start to attract a few more international drivers, and you guys are doing a great job in race control. I would have to say probably the best that I've seen down in our part of the world for everything really. So yeah, keep up the great work.
Thank you very much. Certainly will try.
Back on the race for a second. Vanderbilt Sim Racing in the pits. That's Vanderbilt Sim Racing in the pits from the race lead in the number 13 DP. So they are led by pretty much a full lap over Radicals Online. They have now given up that full lap lead and turning now. We'll try and regain a bit of ground as we now have 10 hours and 11 minutes left in this race. Only 2 and a bit hours left in our stint, which is absolutely flying by. We've been live for 6 hours and it does not feel like that at all. Junior Machimi also in the pits. So everyone's starting to come in now to cycle through. Front of GTE, that gap staying very, very stable between Pure Racing Team and Logical Vortex Sim Racing. They're staying about 20 to 25 seconds one way or the other depending on which car pits. So in about 5 or 6 laps time we'll see the Pure Racing Team car come in, so in about 10 or 15 minutes. And the Logical Vortex car will retake the race lead in that class, and they'll lead by about 20 to 25 seconds. So the GTE battle, I think, is the one that's shaping up to be the most spicy, the most entertaining, because if these guys maintain the exact same pace that they've got now, it's going to come back down to who has reversed engineered and planned that pit strategy correct.
Indeed, and at the same time, if they can time it correctly, they can probably get themselves out of the pits in that sort of like last hour scenario. Roughly around the same piece of asphalt if they do it right, so it's going to turn into a right little battle at the end if that's the case.
Well, it almost turns into the amount of time needed. It almost turns into a splash and dash distance between the two cars, doesn't it? So if one of the cars does have to do a splash and dash of fuel to get it home, that will put them pretty much nose to tail at the end of this race. It's going to be very, very tight between these two cars as it stands right now, but you said still 10 hours to go, so still a long way left in this one. And lots of things can and probably will happen.
Indeed. The only thing about the splash and dash, though, that I can think would be that tyres wouldn't really come into it, because you wouldn't be able to take the tyres during that splash and
No,
dash. You
you're right.
might be able to get 2 if you're lucky, but even that would be a stretch. So you'd be really, really tight on the borderline. So whoever does the splash and dash will be at a disadvantage from a tyre perspective.
So you'd almost want to do splash and dash and make sure you're ahead. You want to be the car ahead in that
Yeah,
situation. But at the
exactly.
same time, you almost don't want to be the car ahead come the last lap of the race either. You want to be behind at the last lap, tucked in behind the rear wing of that other car, so you can get the run out of the bus stop and overtake at the start finish line. As we saw in our Raw last weekend, we saw the couple of classes separated by not much, purely based on getting better runs out of the final corner and using the slipstream advantage at the right time.
Yeah.
At the moment, it looks like the field is fairly settled. We're just seeing the MSP Phoenix 85 car come into the pit, so they're in to make their scheduled shot. So that battle with TR Martin Esports has ended due to that. But closest battle on track at the moment is 5 seconds between Simon Feigl and Dennis Hickman in the TMRC.D Crimson car. So that battle that we were watching, when Feigl almost put it in the fence, he's starting to close up actually. He's got it down to 5 seconds. It was out about 7 or 8 before when he got going again.
8.2, so he's closed up 2 seconds, so he's on the charge. He's got back in the groove. A little bit slower, the time difference. So he's about nearly 1.5 seconds faster a lap than Hickman. So we'll see that gap close up very quickly.
One thing they do have to be careful of is that car that's coming up fairly quickly from behind too, the VRS Granda Simsport car. Mitchell de Jong at the wheel at the moment, and Renz Brookman will probably jump back in at some point as well. So got to be careful of that car.
He's closing.
Yes.
Very, very quickly actually.
Last lap around was the same pace as Feigl, but the gap between de Jong and Hickman is closing too. It's down to 40 seconds. Last time I looked, the closest that de Jong was, or that VRS Granda Simsport car was to the next car up the road, was a full lap. So they've basically done a lap on the full field in that car in this last 2 stints.
Yeah, it's a solid for them. It certainly shows why these guys are the best and why they are the benchmark.
De Jong definitely one of the best sim racers, and Granda Sim sort of proven time and time again that they are one of, if not the best sim racing team at the moment. Doing a very, very good job working their way back through with unfortunate issues. Just hearing from Renz, he's finished for the day. He's packed up and going home. Hello, Renz, tuning in. Renz Brookman, a very, very good friend of us here at V8 to Live. Come back and race the V8, mate. We do miss you racing the V8. Back in the day, you used to blitz some of these quick boys. He used to blitz you, Fonty.
Well, you know, most of the field did, mate. There was a thing going on to the V8, so things have changed a little bit in the sim. In our community, everybody used to practice all week for that one race that we had on Monday. The one race, mate, and then I would literally spend a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, practicing at the end.
You remember
on a Sunday
too?
Night.
Nobody would do official practice laps because no one wanted to give up their pace as well. Everyone would join the practice sessions and quali sessions on the Sunday just to then show their pace off. Everyone just did it all in private hosted sessions and just kept everything all to themselves. Nobody let anyone knew what they were up to and the pace that they had, and then all of a sudden, bang, come Sunday, Monday, everyone would put on a show. It was great fun. I do miss those days.
Fun. Yeah, I do miss those days too. Yeah, it was very competitive, and it was some really great racing that we had. And it was practicing all that week, and if you had a good race on Monday, it was great. But if you had a bad one and somebody tangled up with you, oh man, it ripped your heart out. I'll tell you what. But we didn't have as much variety of what we do now in the iRacing world as what was that nearly 5 years ago, pretty much 6 years ago.
6 years ago, really, yeah. Amazing to think how far V8's Line's come in 6 years as well, from a dodgy microphone and a dodgy internet connection to something I hope to think is pretty much world class. And just noticing as well, when we get back on track with this race, Shinya Michimi Racing, they look like they are done. They are in the pits. 8 minutes.
Oh, we've got
They've been
another
stopped
car
far.
around too. Redo Hartman. He's managed to turn it as he comes off onto that turn. Where you go on the banking. So, don't know what's happened there. I might just flip back and have a little look-see.
The 84 car, the other MSP Phoenix DP. The CPR replay and just a lazy self-spin through those bumps. It is very, very bumpy through that corner, and a lot of drivers can underestimate how much those bumps can make the car not handle at all. So they have rejoined. They are 2 laps behind their nearest competitor, both ahead and behind. So in a bit of a race of their own at the moment. They're about to get lapped by the Gym Racing car coming through in the 44.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of dirt on that inside turn there when you come onto that straight there. So not too many cars have come off there.
I did see did a bit of a check as to why Shinya was in the pits, and they did have a moment in the infield and then a pretty heavy moment in the bus stop, which I think is the reason why they're in the pits in the first place.
Yeah, right. So we have missed that, unfortunately. I'll see if I can get a replay. We'll see if I can pick it up.
Good
Maybe
to see Performance Sim Sports out there having a run. Daniel Benefield sitting in P26. Good to see a few of our end of the world teams running up against these top international guys. I would like to see one of our guys take it out at some stage. Sorry to everyone listening who's over this side of the world, but
Just going to get a CPR replay of the issues for Shinya Michimi in the Shinya Michimi racing, sim racing car. And, this was around about 10 minutes ago or so. Finally got replay working as I intended it to. It sometimes doesn't like to play friendly with so many cars on track, and finally got it to work. And so here is the first part of the incident coming up as they come through the second section of the infield. It's running a little bit wide off into the dirt and then across into the infield. And you'll be careful there because you can almost come back onto the other part of the track, and did a good job to hold it. And then we'll stay with this replay because in just a moment we'll get that car on the bus stop, into the bus stop I should say, and the second part of their incident, which has resulted in that car being in the pits and looking like they are potentially out of this race, which will leave us with 38 cars still running. The RRT car has actually gained 2 spots out right now, a position in class. They're now up to 15th in class. And this is why, well, Shinya Michimi, big heavy contact into the wall. That is race done for sure for them. That's probably blown engine, I'm going to say.
Yeah, it did look like a possible barbecue down in the pits, but that was he just seemed to lock up the outside rear and coming into the corner, and from that point it was passenger status. There wasn't much to be done about getting out of that one.
Officially under 10 hours to go in this race. Leader in the DP class is Venevel Sim Racing White. They lead by just under a minute from Radicals Online. But alternate strategies for those guys, meaning the gap is probably a tiny little bit bigger than you see. The GT3 field currently led by Venevel Sim Racing, about 37 odd seconds. Back to champs iRacing, their main competitors at the moment. iRacing Argentina were in contention as well, but Last pit stop definitely cost them a lot of time, but the most fascinating battle is in GTE. Currently 25 seconds separating Pure Racing Team and Logical Vortex Sim Racing. But when Pure Racing Team come into the pits, which is probably in 2 laps time, Logical will retake the lead by pretty much the same margin. And that has been the case for the last 6 hours. They've just alternated every half an hour who has had that class lead.
Going by the numbers, that's not going to change anytime soon either. Again, going back to the discussion we had earlier, it all depends on who's going to do the splash and dash at the end and who's going to have timed it to have their last stint perfect for the finish.
Yeah, well, they're probably going to start reverse engineering the race from now, and probably, I reckon, 5 hours to go, you start thinking strategy towards the end. You're probably not really thinking about it now, you're just worrying about your own race, but getting down to 5 hours to go is when you can start to make some strategy calls that will change how this race will play out. And yeah, I think it's that car that, as you're saying, the one that does take the splash and dash, or is forced to take a splash and dash, that is going to be at the real disadvantage in this race.
Yeah, mostly because they can't do a tyre change during it as well, which leaves them on older rubber, less grip, and puts them at the mercy of the other car with new tyres and, well, newer tyres, and possibly even a fresher driver if they switch drivers for that last stint.
Yeah, well, whoever comes into the car, that's going to be very, very crucial as well. The cool thing about these 2 cars is they are both very, very evenly matched in pace. Every driver that has been in those 2 cars have pretty much matched each other for pace the whole way through this stint.
Yeah, it seems like Logical's actually trying to work its way through a bit of traffic at the moment, so it's probably why it's putting up some slightly slower times currently. But, the Pure Racing team's just got air for days, front and back.
Actually, they got, though, I think they'll be in the pits not this time, but the next time around, so they will forego that big bit of air that they have got, and they'll drop into 2nd position next lap around. But maybe this lap they could be in. But it's a really intriguing battle that will play out in GTE. I think come the end of the race, I don't know which one of these 2 cars are at a real advantage over the other.
It's too evenly matched ball at the moment. I have to let it unfold in real time. I'm looking forward to seeing the end of that.
In they come. That wasn't too bad on my prediction there that they were going to come in the next lap or so. Pretty good, I'll take that.
Pretty bang on.
Maybe occasionally I do get some things right with your sim racing stuff. Logical Vortex Sim Racing come around to the lap. The 27 Evolution Racing Team car, Simon Feigl, and they will retake the class lead over Pure Racing Team, who are in the pits getting their service for the next time. This is the 8th time they've been in the pits while we've been live, or while I've been in the session. So I think that'll be what, their 14th or 15th pit stop in this race so far.
Indeed, they've just passed Champs iRacing as well, who are in and have just dropped down behind iRacing Argentina as a result of that pit stop as they leave.
Yep, so Austin Canapino back into the iRacing Argentina car, and they have gone no tyres for that stop in the iRacing Argentina car. Champs iRacing car, which did no tyres the stop previous, taken tyres this time, and that's going to reverse that strategy between those 2 teams. Dave Gelling is halfway through a stint, now leads by a full lap in that class.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to see how dominant the Vandervelde cars have been today as well. They blink in GT3, Vandervelde Sim Racing White in prototype.
But even the Vandervelde Blue car has been the fastest car in that class in the last 4 or 5 hours.
Indeed. comment from Lopez that I saw earlier. One of the Vendaval Sim Racing White drivers was he was quite surprised that the two fastest cars got taken out of prototype so early on. That's left them up front with a much easier task in that respect, because they were worried about Redline Racing and their sister team of the blue car.
Yeah, looking at pace again, that last lap around, Fabrice Cornelius again the fastest car on track. So Vendaval definitely have got a fairly strong grip on this race in both the GT3 and the DP class, but under 10 hours to go now, so we're starting to get into the mentally tough section of the race. You now see 14 hours complete on the timing sheet. You now see only one number in that hour column instead of two. It's a bit of a mental thing that you see that and you go, oh, hang on, we're now starting to get somewhere, but at the same time you then think, hang on, we've still got 10 hours to go. It's almost a heartbreaking thing when you see that clock tick down to that moment, and then you realise how long there still is left in this race.
I can tell you when Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, you go on, mate.
I was going to say, it's definitely one of the most satisfying things, because you know you're over halfway, but now you're into single digits. It's a real motivator from my perspective every time I've been in a 24-hour race. But at the same time, yeah, you still realise, hey, 10 hours to go. It's almost half of it still to go. So, yeah, sorry about that, Fonty, but yeah.
No, you're right, mate. You're right. Yeah, I was just going to add, yeah, it's yeah, you're exactly right. It's kind of, you know, the track evolves so much at this stage in the race that, you know, you guys who potentially have, you know, driven early on in the race will jump back in, and this is kind of where you start to see mistakes happen in the, you know, sort of closing parts, and I think we'll see a few things unfold over the next couple of hours.
Yep, definitely think we will too. It'll be a bit of a bizarre next 2 hours. And I said this last night with Reese. When we watch so much sim racing as broadcasters, you almost get a sixth sense about something happening, and I've got that weird feeling that something bizarre is going to happen in the next little bit. You really can sense something brewing and something happening. You don't know what it is, you don't know what car, but you can feel something strange is going to happen. And I've just got that weird sixth sense, that weird feeling that I have got quite a lot, that often sadly comes true, that something weird is going to happen in this race.
There we go, mate. Words of wisdom from the man himself.
Certainly, every time it's happened so far, it's spiced it up. So
Some
people lose out.
I'm not going to say like the Sixth Sense I see dead people, but I see sim racing bizarreness. It's weird that I sense this stuff and it happens a lot of the time. So I was about to say we might go on a break, but I think we need to stay because I've just really got a feeling that something's going to happen in the next 10 minutes. I don't know what, but I can sense something.
There we go. Well, actually, having a look at, so Simon wasn't quite catching Dustin, he sounded like he was, but he seems to close the gap within that last lap, and Mr. DeJong has not really gained anything, so I reckon the rubber on his car is probably quite worn.
Feigel's the fastest of the GTE field at the moment. He's the fastest car in that class last lap around.
Yeah,
42 flat.
I saw the car that came on the back straight there have a bit of a twitch, so don't push too hard, Simon, mate. You've still got a little bit of the race to go, and anything can happen, but yeah, he's certainly on it.
Gym Racing DP versus Team RSO is going to start heating up too, because the RSO car last lap around was about 7/10 quicker. They've got that gap down to about 4 seconds now. The Gym Racing car is not long out of the pits as well, so they'll be struggling with colder tyres as well. So we could see the Team RSO car close up to the rear of Gym Racing DP as well.
Just bringing it back to the GTE battle at the top, it looks like Jonas Wallmeyer is really starting to put the heat on as well, because he's only just
very close to Simon. sorry there was a car drop off where the 4 cars try to go through the bus stop there.
Oh,
Yeah, I think we need to replay that because I saw it just out of the side of camera shot. But that looked really messy, as you said. 4 cars coming in.
That was very
So
close.
Gym Racing, we've also got the lead GTE, the Logical Vortex car. We've got the 127, which is the Alpine Eagle Racing, and the Gym Racing DP actually went off the track. We're going to come back live to them being under attack.
Yeah,
Nico
that
Molina.
really made Simon very vulnerable there. He's lost a bit of time to the car in front of him.
Look at Team RSO right on the back now of the Gym Racing DP. Actually, that's the Radicals car separating those 2 cars at the moment. I think Gym Racing DP is likely to be passed, firstly by the Radicals Online car with Adam Turney at the wheel, and then Cedric Nebelsek will probably come on by too. He's looking very, very pacey, and that RSO car actually looks fairly clean for the most part.
they took a good 4/10 out of Radicals Online last lap. So
That's good pace.
Radicals, that is very good pace.
Fastest car on track last lap was this car, the 97. Team RSO, and they come past the past the GTEs, and now we have a real battle. This is for 4th and 5th in this race.
It's on. Gym Racing making the wise decision to back out of that one, seeing that RSO was quite happy to go almost down the pit lane to make it work. Oh, better grass coming out there towards the International Horseshoe as well for RSO. That's not over yet. Jim are right on their back.
And they'll get the draft as well, so we could see something happen into the bus stop. This section of the track is where the Gym Racing car has looked weakest in comparison to most of the other cars in this field, and this lap around though is looking a little bit smoother, a little bit cleaner, a little bit better. Cedric Nebelset in the Team RSO car. These guys are 3 laps down from the race leader, but the battle, the 4th and 5th, is well and truly on between Team RSO and Gym Racing DP. Gym Racing car probably a bit too far back now, but they can get a good exit out of the bus stop. It's a little bit sideways. Mr. Nibblesek, could we see a pass into turn 1 here?
Indeed, Gym Racing got actually a very good entry into the bus stop and kept it clean on exit. RSO are a little bit scruffy on the exit, but seems like they got the draft from the GTE in front, which allowed them to stay ahead. Oh, Jim really doesn't want to let him get away though.
No, he's working hard to try and maintain that gap, is he? He doesn't want him to check out, and looks like he's going to slot back into the line, and they'll maintain that gap that they had the lap previous. Last lap around was maybe about 0.4 of a second quicker, the RSO car, but as it is right now, from this point on the track, that gap is identical to the lap previous.
Indeed, they haven't lost any ground whatsoever. Oh, someone's got to lock up into turn.
Yeah, that was the RSO car as well. So the car that they are battling, that was a little bit of a lock-up, a little bit of a mistake on Nebelsak, but it's like they are starting to check out a tiny little bit. It's out to 0.8 of a second, but that means that it's still draft range. They're still within this draft, and they're going to double draft with that Radicals car up ahead. They will get a little bit more of an advantage.
The question is, can the Gym Racing car keep within the draft range with the RSO taking the draft from Radicals?
Yep, that may be enough for those guys to pull away. About 285 k's before on the brakes into the bus stop. And then back onto the throttle again. They'll hit just on 300 across the start-finish line.
Again, that gym car very, very strong on the brakes into the bus stop there. Caught up a fair bit of time, but that RSO car just seems slipperier in a straight line.
That's going to make it interesting because the Radicals car has just jumped into the pits, so we thought that the RSO car might have broken away, but no draft ahead of them now. No help.
No.
This is the closest battle on track at the moment as well. We haven't got too many other battles. In the pits is the Vanderbilt Sim Racing blue car, and it looks like there will be a driver swap in that car. Fabrice Canellis, what a stint from him. The last few hours, he has absolutely smashed out qualifying lap after qualifying lap. Actually, no, he's just come back out on track, so he's going to go again for another stint.
He's
How's that?
certainly got some endurance, hasn't he? Oh, that's pretty amazing. How many stints in a row is that?
I'm fairly sure that's 6. I'm fairly sure he's been in the car pretty much the entire time that we have been live. I'm probably wrong, but
That's at least like 5 hours, 5 hours of racing in the DPs, because they have a slightly shorter stint length compared to the other two cars. Jim's still on the back of RSO, by the way. I'm still keeping an eye on this.
yep, got it on screen.
They've caught back up again, and that draft range is getting more in their advantage every corner at the moment.
So just smash my microphone. Yeah, I'm surprised that the Jim Racing car is actually able to stay with the Team RSO car. I thought the RSO car would have broken away, but definitely not able to. Look under brakes. Jim Racing car looks much better into turn 1, but the rest of the track doesn't look anywhere near as strong.
Yeah, it seems that its strengths definitely lie in turn 1 and the bus stop. The midsection, it definitely loses out by probably a couple of tenths, maybe a bit more even. Oh, that's really tight.
Whoa. That was messy.
Ah, pick a side, buddy.
Yeah, they're really going at it, aren't they? There's, not holding back, that's for sure.
That's inertia sim racing getting involved in the action there.
Remember that 6 cents I said?
Yeah.
Almost come to fruition then, didn't it?
Called it. He's called it.
It's
Very
amazing.
close to-
It's amazing how often it happens. You can just sense something's going to happen. I said it to Reese last night, and he's like, "I agree. There's something that you can just sense and feel that magically happens that you know is coming. You can just feel it brewing, and something's going to happen." And Jim Racing car very, very crossed up through the bus stop as well.
They were very committed through there. Looking back, next to it back, that's she kind of opened up to 11 seconds and I was back up to 8.4, so I still think Simon seems to be the fastest out of all of them. Well, pretty much exactly the same time between Dustin and Simon, so it's taken Dustin a little while to get in the groove, but he is certainly going at it now.
Yeah, they are probably coming into the pits next lap too, being Hickman and Feigl, but this battle between the Jim Racing and Team RSO, it's not over. They're still going at it unbelievably.
Yeah, definitely the most exciting part of the track at the moment. But is Jim Racing just happy to sit back and take a bit of fuel saving though? That's the other question, because if they can use it strategically to their advantage, maybe worth it.
Yeah, possibly. We've seen that a fair bit actually. The iRacing Argentina GT3 was very, very good at that a few hours ago, just jumping behind, saving fuel when they could. And that could be a strategy ploy, could be something that they may be doing.
Does that extra lack of fuel can really make a difference, especially in the higher downforce cars.
Well, the Team RSO car is the next car scheduled to pit out of the DP field. They have done the longest stint, so probably next lap they will be in. Maybe, no, I was about to say maybe they'll come in this one, but I think next lap they'll be in.
Yeah, Jim Racing's got around about 13 lap difference in pits, so they're doing amazingly well to keep up with 13 laps of extra fuel on board when you think about it.
Yeah, and a fair bit of damage too. The whole left-hand side of that Jim Racing car looks very, very second-hand.
Yeah, and RSO getting a bit of a sideways action going coming out of the International Horseshoe there as well. Definitely not the cleanest exit I've seen from there. Oh, they're really on it coming out of that. That happened too. And down onto the oval. It's almost a drift championship coming onto the oval between the two cars.
Yeah, it's amazing how much they're actually going sideways. I'm surprised how much they are willing to let the cars slide. I'm really shocked by that, but I don't mind seeing it. It's quite fun to watch how slideways, I guess you'd say, is it's not really sideways, it's not really sliding, it's just slideways. But they're very
just
committed.
On the absolute limit of grip.
Yep. And the whole field is too. The whole DP field is more than willing to get it crossed up sideways under brakes and also get it crossed up on the power as well. They're not scared of absolutely destroying that rubber underneath. And Jim Racing right in behind and probably going to make a move up the inside. Not quite. Backed out of it a tiny little bit early. No, these two are actually holding themselves up a little bit too.
I was going to say, they're probably well aware that RSO is about to have their pit stop, and is it worth the risk of diving up the inside just to have them go into the pits half a lap later?
Just hearing about the ERT 26 car, which we noticed before is out of the race. They had contact with the Pure Racing Team GT3, so that is what happened with them. Pure Racing Team GT3 is back in 10th in class, and now the ERT 26 car has officially retired from this race. But two cars that haven't retired are the two on screen here. The 44, the 97, Team RSO in 4th. 5th position is Jim Racing DP. It is well and truly on between these guys, and we are not far away. As I'm just seeing the MSP Phoenix 85 car facing the wrong direction at turn 2. This is a very, very tough spot to get the car back going in the right direction. We'll see how replay and see what happened to it, because that's a weird spot to be facing the wrong direction. Has there been help? Has it happened on their own? What caused that car to be in that spot? It's a very strange spot to see a car. I had a feeling that they may have been hit from behind.
Well, just getting a quick look at it right now.
No,
and
all
it
by
looks
themselves.
like he just dropped in by himself, yeah.
And good bit of driving from the Team Huskenfeld car that was behind to avoid contact there.
Yeah. Quite lucky no other cars got involved, actually.
Look on board with the Team Huskenfeld car with Jan Sikowski at the wheel, and just open the wheel and open the brake pedal up, and just went around the outside. And good bit of judgment and well done from the MXP Phoenix car to make sure that there was no contact there as well, because that could have quite easily rolled back across the track.
Yeah, Gregory did a great job holding the brakes and keeping it like out of the way as much as possible. The slight move forward to get out of the main line of traffic, and then wait for the gap and get it spun around.
Go back live to the Jim Racing versus Team RSO battle, 4th and 5th in class. It is still going on, but we don't know for how much longer, because the Team RSO car is the next car due to pit in the in the DP class. When will that car come in? Because it will hurt the Jim Racing car when that Team RSO car comes in, because their draft that they are getting tucked in behind will disappear.
Yeah, with that extra aero damage on the car, I can see them losing out a fair bit of time in lap time to the RSO car when they get back out and clean out. Or assuming they get back in clean out.
And here we go right now. Team RSO car is in.
I'm not sure how long the stint lengths have been for the DPs, but 27 laps does seem to be pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, about the limit is 27 laps. What we might do now that that battle has ended, we haven't got any really intense battles at the moment, so we might take a chance to take our very last break here on V8 Online, get ourselves fueled up, grab ourselves a drink, get ourselves ready for the end of this race. This is V8 Online's coverage of the iRacing Daytona 24. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time.
Red Bull GRCs are now available on iRacing. I personally put my blood, sweat, and tears into this thing, developing the cars, the tracks, the dirt, making sure it is authentic as possible, and I really think you guys are going to love it. The best part is that this 600 horsepower Volkswagen Beetle is free to all members. So get signed up now and come race me online.
They say it's always darkest before the dawn. And in the world of motorsports, those words ring especially true. As is tradition, Daytona greets us as we emerge from our winter hibernation. But this year, we awaken 30 years in the past. This time we celebrate a bygone era as drivers take to the unrefined beasts that are the Audi Quattro and Nissan GTP. A new season is about to dawn. The darkness about to fade. The Major Series and Late Apex Apparel proudly bring you the 2018 Classic Daytona 2.4, an endurance race from the ages, for the ages. Coming to you live, iRacing Live, on February 4th, 2018.
Welcome back to V8's Online's coverage, and you just noticed in the background, heartbreak for Core Sim Racing. They have disappeared from the server, and it looks like they are out of this race as it stands right now. That happened around about a minute ago, so Core Sim Racing are well and truly looking like they are finished in this race. They were in 5th, they'd worked their way back up into 5th, but they are now out. VRS Korean Simsport have done their pit stop. Mitchell de Jong has jumped in that car, and they're trying to hunt down the Evolution Racing Team car number 27, which also has made its stop. And Ethan Griggould has jumped into that one. Jay Kennedy, Philip Morton and Scott Fountain here in the booth to take you through for the next hour and a half of this race. And boys, it is shaping up to be very, very entertaining for sure.
Yeah, pretty heartbreaking for Santeri there. Just seems to be a normal internet problem. Dropped out, just disappeared down the back straight as going into the bus stop. Got to be gutting for sim racing there.
Yeah, I'd be absolutely gutted by it. One of those things that we deal with really, and you know, gaming over the worldwide web. Yeah, really unfortunate for those guys. They were going really well, so hopefully we can see them get back out there and at least finish.
He's just literally coming out of the pits right now. Dakota Fripp taken over from Tatsuro in the Vanderbilt Sim Racing white car. See what sort of pace he could put down as well.
You actually read my mind. I was just about to say the exact same thing that you said, and my apologies too. I just had a little bit of a weird internet spike, so if you did see a little bit of a glitch in the stream, that is what happened. But finally enjoyed my ice cream that we've been talking about for the last 6.5 hours, and we're into the final 90 minutes of our stint, and it's been a very, very fun day of racing. We're actually seeing a driver swap has happened in the Core Sim Racing car, so they're back in. Driver swap happening because they will be able to tow themselves a full tank of fuel and go again. So Gary Hakkinen has jumped into that car to take over, but as I said, they've lost a fair bit of time from that. But Dakota Fripp now in the Vanderbilt Sim Racing white, they have only 43 seconds ahead of the Radicals Online car. So that Radicals car is actually starting to take decent chunks of time out of the Vanderbilt Sim Racing car.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's, yeah, there's a rapid pace up there, actually.
Fastest car on track is the number 16 Radicals Online car. Outlap for Fripp is 45.6, but the gap at the moment is down to 43.9 seconds. And that Radicals Online car is only about a second off its fastest lap of the race, which is about the most you're going to get out of these cars with this sort of time into them. They're going to be down on pace from what they were at the start of the race for sure.
was just having a look back at the laps from the Van der Waal white car to see if there was anything out of orders, and there's a couple of laps where it looks like either some shenanigans on the track happened or something like that that looked a couple of seconds slower than the average lap time for Tatsuro, so may have been avoiding a bit of the fun on the track earlier on.
I tell you what, guys, one person who's jumped in and got into the swing of things really quickly is Deacon Gert. He's busted out 42.1 in that on his first lap. Mitchell de Jong slightly faster, 41.9, but yeah, really got into the swing of things very quickly, and he looked to be catching that Sim RC car at a rapid rate of knots.
Indeed, a full second quicker over the compared last laps of the two cars.
Yes, I almost think that Rigolt and De Jong are the ones to watch in that class. And guess who has just retaken the race lead? Your racing team back in the lead, as we expected, because Logical Vortex car in the pits. So, well, I think the 27 millionth time in this race we've had a lead change in GTE purely based on the pit stop strategies of these two cars. Gap first to second, as it has been pretty much for the last 7 odd hours, around about 23 seconds. Just have a change of position as well out on track. Reese Canellis going past the MSP Phoenix car, which has just come out of the pits. So Van der Waal Sim Racing Blue is now into 8th. Sorry, Fonty.
That's right, just Evolution Racing car, the DP. Bit of a moment there, and he spun it around. So go back and have a look at that. He didn't do any damage, but yeah, he's lost a bit of track time.
There's CPR replay on screen now. So the second spin we've seen at this spot, albeit a little bit different. Might have to actually go back a little bit further. Pick up the spin. Where was the spin, Fonty? Was it at the first hairpin?
Turn 2, right hand there.
Oh, yep, the second hairpin, got it there. Just put the dirt on the other side of the curb there and just shot it around, didn't it? It was a bit weird, that one.
Yeah, there's a little dip, like just at that curbing, which is easy to get it destabilized the car. Really simple. Like you can go over it 500 times and you won't ever have the problem, and then suddenly, bang, the car will go around.
Yeah, I generally sort of find once the grip comes down, sort of you're a bit more vulnerable to those moments really where the car will just snap on you.
The troubles get worse too. Sorry guys, for the 226 actually made contact into the rear of the BMW that they've just come past there, which I'm fairly sure is the Alpine Eagle car. They just tiny little bit of contact, noticeable contact between those two cars through the second hairpin.
Certainly not going to do either car any good from an aerodynamic perspective. Have to see if it impacts their times at all.
We are going to go back to Van der Waal Sim Racing Blue and MSP Phoenix Racing, as Van der Waal has to go right up against the wall through NASCAR 3 to get around the TTL Esports car, which is still doing a great job in 4th position in GT3, and the Evolution Racing team, GTE, trying to get past. They're going to go 3 wide again because that is the MSP Phoenix car, and the Evolution Racing team car unable to get through. Braking performance a tiny little bit better on the GT3, and Joe Burkett almost into the rear of the GTE of Evolution Racing Team there.
That was a real tight discussion going on there between the cars. Oh man, I would not like to have been in the cockpit of that Evolution Racing car there. 1 minute you've got two DPs going around you, and then you've got a TTL car to deal with as well.
You were talking at the earlier stages there, the broadcast here, about sometimes the real disadvantage you are in being in that middle class of car. You really have to struggle because you're passing cars while you're being passed at the same time. It's really, really tough to deal with, especially if you're not overly comfortable in overtaking other cars.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you've always, sorry there, mate. You've
No, go
always
for it.
got, internet, issues to worry about too when you had that. I was around the Royal before the 2-4 last weekend, and just a little bit of net code, and three cars side by side, and all of a sudden it's all over for you.
It's very, very easy to happen, as well as Vanderbilt Sim Racing across the start-finish line to start lap number 528 of this race. Amazing how quickly they're going through this race.
Yeah, question is, are we going to set another record?
Oh, someone's around at the
Oh,
inside
that's
washing.
Ethan
Hey,
Greg
there,
Gold.
Greg Gold. Yes, he was going great too. He was really catching up. Has he clipped anything though? Is the question.
Doesn't look like it. It looks like he may have
No.
done that himself and no damage to the car. But he's got to be really careful because Mitchell de Jong is catching him at a fairly rapid rate in the Commander Sim Sports car.
Yeah, it's under 10 seconds now. So he was he'd closed up about 3 seconds, and Greg Gold had done the same on the Sim RC car, but all that's gone to waste now. So he's obviously pushed quite hard.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a bit of a lazy spin over the bumps coming into the braking zone there.
We're on board with the VRS Commander Sim Sport car. It's now down to under 9 seconds. When we last looked at it, it was 21. So a lot of time lost, A, from the spin, and B, from the absolute phenomenal pace that this number 88 car has right now. In the lane as well, the IDGAF racing car from third back to fourth now. They're coming to make their next scheduled stop. Articles Online resume third in class. And those guys will continue to battle exactly the same way that our class leaders, the 71 and the 34 Pure Racing Team and Logical Vortex are. They're at last spot on the podium in GTE, being shuffled in the exact same fashion that we're seeing the race lead in that class being shuffled.
Yeah, Mitchell de Jong, he's really on it. He was half a second faster in that last lap than Greg Gold. And so, yeah, he's certainly got some fair pace behind him.
And the other consequence of that is it's really reduced the pressure on Sim RC, so they can really push after inertia, which they do seem to be catching a little bit at the moment as well.
Yeah, pretty much the same lap times, Sim RC, just 0.1 second of a lap, 0.1 of a second slower in that last lap. But yeah, nothing in it between all of these guys really. I reckon it's going to be right down to the wire. That last pit stop's going to be where it's all at.
I think in the end it's always going to be coming down to the mistakes. Whoever makes the mistake first is going to lose out in this group.
Well, it always comes down to that too. Endurance racing is, well, these sort of races, 24 hours of whoever doesn't make the most mistakes. Whoever makes the least mistakes usually will win these races.
Indeed. But I just want to jump back to Gym Racing RSO, because we've got Gym Racing probably coming in next lap, so the battle will be right back on with those two in about a lap's time. They are they've been putting in some pretty slow laps actually compared to Team RSO, as they haven't had the draft. So it'll be interesting to see where they come out in relation to them once the pit stop is complete.
The lap times in comparison to the entire rest of the DP field are quite poor. The leaders, or the leading group of DPs doing mid to almost low 38s, and they're doing 140s. A full 2 seconds off.
Yeah, the only other one doing that sort of time is the Teo Martin one as well. They seem to have had either a bad lap or maybe still carrying a bit of damage.
PJ Sturgis in position 3, fastest on track at the moment.
Actually, the GT Ross car is the fastest car on track, the last car in that top group of DPs.
Oh, there we go. I was stand corrected.
Actually, right on cue in saying that, Dakota Fripp has then just done the fastest lap on track. So it's getting a bit mixed up throughout the whole field. We're watching Jim Racing continue on for another lap.
They've managed to stretch that out very well then, haven't they? Stretched that whole extra lap on top of RSO.
That's just tucked in behind, using that draft advantage and saving fuel while they could. So one lap longer than the RSO car. Being the Bardal Endurance car back out on track after making their stop. Also in making a stop was STC Motorsports car. And looks like that were the only two cars in the pits this lap by. Vanderbilt Sim Racing blue car tucked right in underneath. They're actually about to become into a bit of a battle, because behind the MSP Phoenix 85 car, it's saying that is actually dropping off. But the Vanderbilt Sim Racing car blue, they're now only 52 seconds behind the Taylor Martin Esports car ahead. Last time I looked, for them to gain a spot, it was around about a minute 20 or a minute 30. So they are definitely on a charge to potentially even get up to the top 5 with the pace they got at the moment.
If they can actually chase down the Teo Martin and Evolution, yeah, they're definitely knocking on the door of a top 5 if they can keep that pace up. Definitely knocking on the door.
And right on through the Jim Racing car in.
Definitely want to keep an eye on this battle. See where they come out in relation to RSO.
So RSO coming through NASCAR 3 and 4. The Jim Racing car stopped at their mark. They're going to come out a fair way ahead, I think. The Jim Racing car will drop. They're also doing a driver swap, so that will add a tiny little bit of extra time. So Florian Voita, though, has jumped into the Jim Racing car. If you're going to do a driver swap, why not get one of the best in the world? Florian Voita is one of the best in this type of racing, so this will be good to watch. See whether Voita can get that gap back and closer. At the front of that DP, the Jim Racing DP looks a little bit sick.
Yeah, jumping back to the GTE field, Greg Galt doing a great job after his moment there. De Jong hasn't really caught him at all in the last few laps, so I've been watching the times of just sticking at 8.7 between those two, and Greg Galt catching the car in front of him. So
yeah, they're both just matching each other for lap time, aren't they? The ART and the VRS Commander SimSport cars, but not really adjusting anything. Voigt is still stopped in the pits too. So that Jim Racing DP was saying that damage looked pretty bad. I think it may be a little bit worse than we were thinking.
Yeah, they may be electing to get the some of the damage repaired at least. Oh, just saw Logical have a bit of a wiggle coming out of the bus stop there. That was took a few cones for a ride.
Yeah, actually, the gap in GT is stretched. You're saying it's been hovering between 20 and 25 up to maybe 27. It's now to 31 seconds after that too. So CPR replay of that, you see wiggle through the first two parts of the bus stop and then running very, very deep through the middle and unable to pull it up. Have to slow down and lose a little bit of time there. And probably cost him a second or two, but the Gym Racing DP car, that possibly is terminal for those guys because they are still stopped.
Oh, that's so disappointing though. They're having a really good close battle with RSO as well. It's heartbreaking when that happens.
Alpine Eagle Racing into the pits to make their next stop. And also looks like a driver swap with that car too. Eric Hafner jumping in to that one. So those guys in fifth in class, they are battling with the Ferrari in that class. Should maintain their gap over them. Actually, it'll be pretty close between them. 0-4 with Nicholas Johnson at the wheel. Great to see a Ferrari in this field. It's a little bit disheartening to see that we haven't ended up with a big mix of GTE and GT3 cars, but good to see these guys are sticking it out in the underpowered GT3 Ferrari.
And they're doing a mighty fine job of it as well. They just past the Alpine Eagle Racing who had a pit stop. So, and they're in a BMW, I believe. So
They are all Mercedes except for this one Ferrari. There's no Audis, even though we could have the option of Audis. There's no Audis, and also no Ford GTEs in this field as well. Everyone's opted for the Ferrari in the GTE field, which is a little bit disappointing, but understandable at the same time when you race all the cars and try and work out the pace. Mercedes definitely the best all-rounder out of the options out there, and the Audi in a way wants to kill you every time you put your foot on the throttle. So not surprising that we haven't seen any Audis, and good to see that we have had, albeit one Ferrari, good to see that we've got a Ferrari in the field.
yeah, you can tell I've been up for too many hours when I start asking about BMWs in a field which can't have them.
Hey guys, look at the time between Dijon and the Gulf, the last lap, how close it is. I reckon it's going to get very good Gulf, Dijon and the Sim RC car. It'll come down to it.
Well, the Sim RC car last lap was around about 1.3 seconds slower than the Veras Grand Sim Sport car. So this is really going to be on between these three cars. They're all going to come into the pits pretty much at the same time as well. It's probably still 10 or 12 laps before we will see a stop, but gap between ERT and Sim RC is 10.4 and then 8.3 between the ERT and Veras Grand Sim Sport car. So it's going to be rather interesting to see how this all plays out. But, at the moment, out of those three cars, you'd say that the Coanda Sim Sport car is the most strongest looking car despite the damage that it has at the rear.
Yeah, very much so. He's gaining on them hand over fist, and you've got inertial sim racing in that mix as well. So we've got almost like a four-way battle which is going to come together in the last few hours. But just looking at the leaders in GTE again, Jonas is just running away with the times at the moment. Manuel Petrie is having a bit of a tough time putting down similar times to stay on par with him, and that gap is just expanding every lap. And
this is a real race-changing stint here for Pure Racing Team versus Logical Vortex. As we said, they've been very evenly matched in every stint. This is the first stint that we have seen one of the two teams break that gap. And if you can punch in a few more lap times in that Pure car in the next 3 or 4 laps before they come in for their next pit stop, that could change how big that gap Logical will take before their stop, which will probably drop to around about 10 or 12 seconds by the looks of it at the moment.
Zachary Hanlon in the Evolution Racing 226 car, fighting frantically to stay ahead of the ASO car behind him to put that lap down behind them anyway. Saw him go past and he's going to shot that past again, so this will be a battle to watch as well.
Well, that's actually quite interesting because if RSO can keep the four-wheel
Wow.
drifting through turn
Oh,
one, but if he can keep that pressure up on the Evolution Racing team, a lap's worth of time is quite doable with the time remaining in this race. So could really start bringing the fight to the Evolution Racing team by the end of the race.
And that'll really hurt
Yeah,
the
well, it
ART
is
cars
endurance.
if they do go a lap down on that opposing car. It's going to be tough for them to get that back. They've got 9 hours to go in this race. We only got an hour left on for our stint, and it's been. I'm amazed to say the last 7 hours, for the most part, has been very, very clean, courteous, and nice to watch racing.
I've only been able to see a short amount of time compared to you guys, but yeah, there hasn't been any real like crazy dive bombs or anything like that. I do remember last year being much more aggressive from the drivers compared to this year in that respect. Much more aggressive.
Yeah, last year was a lot more, a lot different of a race in comparison to this year. This year's probably been taken a little bit more serious than last year. Last year probably turned into a little bit more of a fun race.
Last year, wasn't it?
We had some server issues and it turned into a little bit more of a fun race by the end of it. And, but this year, because the top split anyway hasn't really had any issues to speak of in comparison to other splits, but it looks like everyone, for the most part, has taken it's very, very cleanly.
Yeah, there was a couple of splits that got hammered in the early stages, unfortunately. But for the rest of the ones, there's actually, even in the split I was in, it was actually working really smoothly for us. I think there was only 1 or 2 cars that suffered any disconnects, and they seemed to be localized rather than iRacing related. So I'll have to, hopefully we'll find out what iRacing, like what was going on at the beginning of the sessions later on.
Teo Martin Esports car in the pits. Driver change there in the P7 at the moment.
Also hearing from Florian Voita that their car was stuck with a pit release bug. They couldn't actually get out of the pits. So that's disappointing for those guys. That's why we saw them drop quite a few spots, surprisingly, in that Jim Racing car. That's why they've dropped about 3 minutes in the pit stops.
That's really unfortunate. But not a lot you can do about it once it trips. You just have to wait it out until it allows you out of the pits again.
Very frustrating indeed. Mitchell de Jong's got it down under 8 seconds between he and Ethan Gridgould ahead. So that gap between ERT and Coanda Simsport is definitely closing up. Will the ERT car be able to hold on? They're not far off pitting, probably about another 10 laps or so, about 15 or so for the Coanda Simsport car. That will really spice up this battle between those two cars in the next little while. And just ahead, they are now under 10 seconds between the CMRC car and the ERT car. So those two battles closing up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Ethan stays in the car. I'm guessing they probably would keep him in, seeing as though he's in a rhythm now. Another car in the lane. The Vandal Sim Racing blue car. Currently sitting in ninth.
We've got Vandervelde Blue in the pits to make another pit stop. They've dropped a spot from MSP Phoenix Racing, and Fabrice Camilla's staying in the car once again. So he's going to go around for another stint. I'm glad there's no maximum stint times, because I tell you what, he has done a phenomenal job in that car to smash out the pace that he has in the last few laps, and pretty much consistently for the last 7 odd hours or so.
Radicals online car just exiting the pit lane.
Yeah, same with Pure Racing Blue as well. We've got that continuing lead change in the GTEs between Logical and Pure. But this time, of course, the gap's a lot less.
Yeah, I guessed
Only
18,
about-
it's 16.9. I'm probably going to be 17 by the time I get back on the racing load. So I was pretty close with my guess. No, I'll take that.
That's
Claim it, mate, claim it.
I don't get very many things right. My sixth sense was a little bit off, but
Not too far, mate. We'll give it to you.
I'll take whatever I can get today.
We'll just put it in the margin of error.
iRacing Argentina in the pits as well. So the Vandervelde Sim Racing yellow car in GT3, they've really taken a stranglehold on this class lead as it stands right now. They are a full lap ahead of Champs iRacing once Champs jump into the pits, which will probably be next lap, and they're about 20 laps ahead on pit cycle times from them. So at the moment, Vandervelde Sim Racing yellow and Vandervelde Sim Racing white have very substantial leads in their respective classes. But I tell you, a class that's going to get very racy in the next little bit. Radicals Online, second place in DP. Third place in X Racing, number 1, is not that far behind. Only 3.5 seconds behind is PJ Sturgis.
Yeah, exactly. And Zachary Hamlin just went down a lap to that RSO car also.
And the RSO
So-
car actually is the one of the fastest 2 cars on track at the moment. They're the only cars doing 38. Actually, the car that is the fastest on track at the moment is PJ Sturgis in this car. 38.2 last lap. What a lap.
That's a pretty good lap. But yeah, that RSO car's getting its lap back off of the Evolution Racing, so it can actually take the fight back to them. And Sturgis, is he going to get on the back of Radicals Online in the next next stint or so? Because it's going to take a little bit more to get there. But
Yeah, well, he's actually not that far off pitting, which will make things a little bit hard. Probably about 6 or 7 laps off pitting. So I'm guessing they'll want to try and get ahead before they pit, because if they can do that, that's a bit of a psychological advantage that they will have.
yeah, it looks like there's another 6 or so laps to pit for them, and Tierney's just pitted. That's what's brought them out so close. But I think that's the closest we've seen them, though. Certainly the closest I've seen them since I've managed to join in.
Down under 3 seconds, and will they be able to use a bit of draft? They have got the draft of the SDC Motorsport DP, which is going to stay high and let them through.
And there's only Hayden in the Vandervelde Sim Racing yellow in between them at that point.
And it's down to 2.5 seconds now. That lap there was 1 second quicker from PJ Sturgis over Adam Turney. And Turney obviously just out of the pits and just has a big lockup in that Radicals Online car. Into turn 3, the International Horseshoe. We'll see if this gap can close some more.
There's cold tyres coming into play again. So easy to snatch a break in the DP compared to the other classes present today.
And Turney might have found a bit more grip in that car, because he's now starting to pull away now down out to 3.4 seconds and getting a little bit of help from the CMRC car. The ERT to Veris kind of Simsport battle is now down to 6.7 seconds. And the ERT car not far off jumping into the pits as well, so possibly in about 5 laps. It's going to make it very spicy.
Maybe I should order another curry. Talking of food.
Has been the topic the whole way through the broadcast, both ours and also have a look at Ethan Grigor almost on the apron to get past the TTL Esports car of Joe Burkett. And the braking performance, the Ferrari GTE versus the Mercedes GT3, almost identical. Actually, if anything, the GT3 slightly better. So it's not easy for some of these GT3 cars coming under brakes into turn 1. Burkett actually has got his lap back on Champs iRacing as well, so he is now in that battle for a potential 2nd and 3rd place in this race. That first and 2nd in GTE as well is closing too. It's down to 15 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're quite right on that braking performance. The Mercedes it can go so deep into the braking zone. It's quite off-putting to the other cars, especially when you're in the Mercedes and you're coming up behind the Ferraris and the DPs, and you know that you can brake 2-3 car lengths further ahead than you're having to when you're up behind the faster classes.
We've got a few battles starting to brew. The Radicals versus NX Racing battle may be over for the time being because it's now stretched out to 4.5 seconds, but Champs iRacing versus iRacing Argentina. I don't think I've said it for about 3 hours that these two are starting to fight, but these two are going to start the fight because it is down to 7 seconds between these guys. It was out to about 30 at one point. Champs iRacing car just then did not take tyres at their stop. Managed to jump back ahead of the iRacing Argentina, who didn't take tyres at their stop previous to the last one. But they're on opposite strategies from each other, and they're going to come together by the end of this stint. The iRacing Argentina car, the strongest of the two at the present moment.
Yeah, that car is very clean. I mean, they actually keep it out of trouble, which is great for them.
Not many in the field that look fairly clean. The iRacing Argentina car, just a little bit of damage at that back door on the the right-hand side of the car. The Champs iRacing car also looking pretty clean for the most part too. The TTL Esports car also looking clean, as well as the Vandervelde Sim Racing Yellow. That's probably why they're the top 4 cars. They're all uninjured at this stage.
Yeah, avoiding those accidents, avoiding the slight touch-ups, which just lose your top end performance, which is so vital on this track. Is like losing even like 2 or 3 kilometers an hour on the straight. It just turns into seconds very, very quickly.
I say this battle between Coanda and Evolution is really shaping up. 4.5 seconds between these guys, so Jean really on a charge to catch Greg Bolt.
Jean gets past the TTL Esports car of Joe Burkett, or does he? He'll use a bit of side draft to get by.
Yeah, that's the other strength of the Mercedes. That straight line speed with the low wing is as good as a GTE, if not slightly better. In the draft, it can get up to almost 290 k's an hour. I know the way I had my Ferrari set up, we were getting a good 286 in the draft, so it's pretty close. And RSO onto the pit lane.
Yeah, in a way, it's very disappointing that the Gym Racing cars ended up with those issues in their pit stop, because that was going to shape up to be a good battle when their pit stop, when both these pit stops had actually cycled through. So they will hold on to fourth for now. The RT car will probably come around and be about a minute or so behind them and have a bit of work to do to catch up to the RSO car. But the battle that I'm really intrigued in right now is the Champs iRacing versus the iRacing Argentina battle. It is down to 6 seconds, dropping about a second a lap at the moment. The Champs iRacing car is under pressure from behind. Champs iRacing, though, at the moment, getting a little bit of draft from the TTL Esports car ahead. They're not able to pass them. They're not able to break away and get up behind them.
I'll tell you one car which has really improved over the stint is the RST car there. Some pretty good lap times. Good Dot was catching there at one stage, but really dropped off, and they, last that round, RST car was the fastest out of that field.
It's done a good job just being consistent, isn't it? Like, the front of that car does not look healthy at all, but it's somehow finding some speed and somehow punching a big hole through the air. And speaking of quick, have a look at the last lap from Fabrice Canellis. 38 flat. That is quick. Fastest car on track in this entire race is the 9th place car that is 6 laps down. That's very unusual you'd see in these sort of races.
Yeah. So I think a slight product of what occurred in the early stages with the GT3 having that mistake in I think it was the International Horseshoe, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I missed that incident. It was before I got into my stint, so I did miss that. And we're going to go back to the ERT versus Coanda battle because it's down to 3 seconds now. Jean almost in draft range from that ERT Ferrari in the distance.
Yeah, it's worth even going on board for a lap with De Jong some stage go.
Actually already on board right now, mate. We're one step ahead. How's that?
How's that? Read my mind there, guys.
Oh, and just ahead, who's that? Let's run wide. That is the Pure Racing Team GTE. That is the car that is in second place in the GTE class. It has run straight ahead at the hairpin, and that's going to cost them a fair bit of time. They had got the gap for the lead in that class down to 16 seconds, but it will extend out a tiny little bit with that mistake. But Coanda now 2.5 seconds. It is closing very, very rapidly between them and Evolution Racing Team right now.
I think we need to give a good hand to Mark Elterman there for his actual quick avoidance of running into the back of the car in front. I think they just checked up a little bit more than he expected, and he ended up having to take avoiding action.
PJ stood just in the lane, guys.
Yep, so from third in the next car, just going to get a CPR replay of that incident at the hairpin. And wow, that was very, very good driving from Elkerman. As you said, he almost ran into the back of that ERT Ferrari because it checked up aggressively behind the Vendaval yellow car. So that was some good driving from both of those guys to avoid contact. That could have been really messy.
I don't think either driver would have been too happy with the result either. So both of them are doing pretty well in their respective classes.
So 8 hours and 45 minutes left in this race. So we've got around about 12 or so pit stops left for the Corvette class. The GT class probably about 10, and GT3 class pretty similar, maybe 10 or 11 pit stops for those guys. It's turning into a real interesting race the whole way through. I think the GT3 race is probably the one that is settling the most. Chance versus iRacing Argentina is starting to heat up a little bit. GTE is really spicy the whole way through the field. Battle for first and second is on. Battle for third and fourth, I should say, is on, and battle for fifth and sixth is on, and seventh and eighth is also on. The VRS Commander Simsport car tucks in behind the class leader of GT3 in Vendavel Sim Racing Yellow. See if he can close up, now down to 2 seconds behind the RT number 27 with Ethan Green Gold at the wheel. And Mitchell de Jong now close enough to almost get draft from that Ferrari of Evolution Racing Team, as coming through is the Team Up Esports number 4.
Yeah, not taking anything away from the driver, but I think the traffic has really landed nicely for the Coanda car. They've made the most of it and really dropped that gap between them and the Evolution Racing 27 car.
So as it stands right now, it is 2.2, but I think that will close up on the oval. There's only one Ferrari ahead of the RT car, but have a look at the cars that Victor de Jong can draft with on the oval here. Sorry, Fonty.
No, you're right, mate. You're right. I was just going to say, yeah, that's exactly right. We're talking about early, kind of having the luck in the field, really. And, you know, obviously those guys in the right place at the right time, and have managed to sort of catch on the back of Ethan result there. I don't think Ethan will give up that position too easily, though, to be honest.
No, especially with Jürgen Frank from the SimRC.de Crimson car, only 14 seconds up the road and just
Actually
pitting.
in the pits. Yep.
Just as I say that. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting battle
Ethan
once
Gould
it
in
resumes.
as well. Yep, Evolution
Yeah,
Racing Team.
Dakota Foot also in the lane too.
We're seeing a few cars in, but yeah, that Vendavel Sim Racing white car pitting from the lead of this race. And they'll resume with around about a 50 odd second lead, I would be thinking. And the Radicals Online guys at the moment not quite doing enough to break any of that gap. But all it takes is one minor incident with another car, one minor clip of a bit of grass, one minor clip of even the pit wall exit, which we've seen numerous times at this circuit. Anything can change this race, and probably will, because it is going to be a heated battle the whole way through till the end. Veras Sport in the highest position they've been in a long time. They're currently in 6th. That will change after pit stops. But well done to those guys for fighting their way back up through the field. They are not out of this yet.
Well, that's the other one thing I have noticed. It does look like Radicals Online are actually stretching that gap in 3rd place to IDGAF Racing. Last couple of laps, they've been a few tenths faster, almost half a second on the last time round, actually.
Yeah, it was 22 seconds when I last looked at it. It's now 27, so they are definitely pulling a bit of a gap over the IDGAF Racing crew. But I said first and second in the GT class, 15 seconds. Third and fourth, 26 seconds. Fifth and sixth, 30 seconds. And 7th and 8th, 15 seconds. Not much between all of those cars. 30-second gaps are nothing in endurance racing.
Yeah, considering we've done 531 laps in the GTE class for the leaders, that's pretty damn close.
Especially,
it is a pretty good effort, really. Considering we don't have safety cars, these guys are doing a great job.
just seeing Just thought I saw a positional change on the timing screen, but I did not. Teo Martin Esports number 4 car, they're starting to stretch a little bit more of a gap over the MSP Phoenix Racing car. But again, I want to talk about the car that is behind them, 9th position. Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue are definitely catching the Teo Martin Esports and MSP Phoenix Racing car. Fabrice Cornelis is absolutely doing qualifying lap after qualifying lap. He would have done 200 odd qualifying laps in a row in the last little while. He's got that gap down to 23 seconds, dropping about 8/10 a lap from the cars ahead. This is a phenomenal drive coming back through the field for that Vendaval number 24.
Yeah, you're certainly right, Jay. Oh, sorry there, Phil, mate.
That's right.
Yeah, point 6 of a second faster than the car in front of him that last one. So, yeah, he's on a charge for sure.
I was just going to say, it's even more astounding when you consider that no one else has been in the car for the last 6 hours, at least, that we can remember it. But I find it tough to do sort of a 3-hour, 4-hour stint. So just doing 6 hours on Daytona, that's an amazing feat in and of itself.
It's a very
to do 10 laps, mate.
Yeah.
You know, so
it's a very mentally straining lap too, because it's such a high speed track. The braking markers are very, very tough to find in these cars, and to punch out not only 200 laps in a row, but 200 qualifying laps, because that's what they really are in that car, as they now move up into 8th with the pit stop happening for MSP Phoenix Racing 85. They're literally qualifying laps every lap with that pace that he's got. That lap then, a 1:37.9.
He's dipped into the 37s. First car that I've seen do that since I've been on. Dakota's trying. He's not far off with a 38.1 as well. So he's not letting up at the front at all.
yeah, can I take your attention to iRacing Argentina there, guys? Under 2 seconds for those guys.
Yeah, that's got very close, hasn't it? It's going to be a very, very interesting battle in the next few laps between those cars. And just ahead of them is the car that is wanting to come back around and lap those two, or get back onto the back of the pack, is a TTL Esports car. It's on the same strategy as those guys. So Joe Burkett just ahead of the Champs Racing car. They'll want to try and move up the field. Maybe we'll look into a no tyre stop next time around. But iRacing Argentina definitely on a charge. Second fastest car in this class. Of course, the fastest is Vanderval Sim Racing Yellow, who now have a full lap and a half lead on this pack.
Seems like you can put any of the Vendaval drivers in and they're just going to go out there and blitz the timesheets at the moment. They've really got a good working environment by the sounds of things. Either that or they've got a lot of beer.
Yeah, I tell you what, these top sim racing teams, God, they're so sharp. They really have the right systems in place, and you know, just how they go about everything. Yeah, just so professional with all their racing, and the results always show.
I remember listening yesterday, the guys over at RaceBot did a bit of a pre-race show, and they were talking about fitness in sim racing and how much more important it is now. I think when you look at the lap times and the length of time that Fabrice Cornelis has been in the car, fitness definitely is playing a lot more of an impact in sim racing than it ever has before. Guys are not only wanting to be mentally and fit, that physical fitness now is just as important in sim racing as it is in other sports, not just esports, in sports in general.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jay. It is a real workout for those people who don't really sort of aren't involved within sim racing. Yeah, you'd actually be surprised at how much of a workout it is sitting there. I know, you know, back running in the V8 supercar, running a long race in that for an hour and a half. Obviously, it's a sprint race, but man, you really absolutely, you come out off the simulator just, you know, dripping and sweating. And in a 24-hour endurance race, you've really got to be mentally and physically fit.
Yeah, actually, one of the interesting aspects of Daytona is it's one of the few tracks you can easily get lost on. because after you've done the same lap 200, 300 odd times, that first hairpin and the entry to the oval, and you can suddenly just like start questioning at which point of the track you're on, because you sort of like get that tunnel vision going, which comes down to the mental side of it, and you really have to focus hard to keep yourself from like falling into that tunnel vision problem. It makes a huge difference if you can do that consistently for 200 laps versus every now and again having a bit of a mind wander and running off the track.
It is one of those tracks too that have a couple of corners that are very similar. I mean, you come out of the infield and you go through NASCAR 1 and 2, and I mean, in a NASCAR, in an oval-based car, you do notice a difference between NASCAR Turn 1 and 2, but when you're actually using those corners as your little resting point, you can get a little bit sidetracked on what corner you're actually in coming onto the back straight. Are you on the front straight? Oh, hang on, the bus stop's just come up to me. It really is a bit deceptive. It sounds like very, very simple because they are very different corners, but when you're driving these long stints in these cars, they do feel very, very similar, almost identical. Especially some of the points on the walls look similar at the same spots with the big Daytona signage on the wall. You sort of start to question your own thinking about which corner you're up to and where you are on the track. You're exactly right.
Yeah, even so far as just whether you're braking at a 2 or a 3 or a 1 or at the yellow box in between them, you can easily pick out your braking point when you're doing the practice and so on for 40 minutes. But once you're 6 hours into a race and you're onto your 7th stint, you start going, which one was it again? it's quite surprising how it can creep up on you as well.
We're back on board with the iRacing Argentina. They're going to have the ERT 225 come out of the pits and they'll tuck in behind, but gap between the 12 Champs iRacing and the 37 iRacing Argentina is now down to 2.3 seconds. It is almost draft range. It is almost time for this draft to take some advantage and close these two up even closer.
Just gone under 2 seconds for that iRacing Argentina car.
It's getting pretty tight between those two right now. It's definitely heating up, and we'll see now almost in draft range. Almost the iRacing Argentina almost want a DP to come up behind so they can follow and draft that DP through. And look at that, right on cue. Radicals online, going to come around the outside. The iRacing Argentina car will move over and get a little bit of draft help, and that could be enough to close them up to the back of the Champs iRacing car coming into turn 1 here. Will we see something happen in the next lap or so? They are getting close. And straight away, the first opportunity the iRacing Argentina car has to fuel save, they do. Out of the throttle really early with that overspeed from the draft. Tucked in, saving fuel, a little bit of splash of fuel, and then a bit of help from the Radicals DP, forcing the Champs iRacing car wide, and we are now down to a second to third in GT3.
Yeah, this is great.
Oh, and a mistake too from Champs. Run a little bit wide on the approach into the hairpin, and now it is under a second. It is well and truly on now.
It's a little unfortunate with that overtake in the infield there for Champs. They really got hung out to dry by the Radicals car from iRacing Argentina catching them perspective, because they gained what, 0.6 of a second just out of that alone.
Guys, we've had a driver change for Cohen, the Cinema Sport in the GTE.
Yeah, Marcus Lederman has jumped in that car, so they are still ahead of the ERT car, even with that pit stop too. So they've got about 4 seconds on that ERT car. So they have jumped officially for position in that class now. So great to see them moving on up now got 11 seconds to the next car ahead, which is the Sim RC D Crimson car. But looking back from Champs iRacing, you can see that iRacing Argentina Mercedes-Benz AMG starting to close up. It is down to 7/10 of a second. They're about halfway through this stint, so I'm going to say that this gap will stay very, very stable at this distance, as it did for the first couple of hours when we were live. This was about the gap the whole way through the stint, and the iRacing Argentina car was just able to save a bit of fuel, mix up their strategy, and get a couple of extra laps on a tank, which has brought them back into this position they're in now.
Guys, we've got Marcus Toyota SimSports car back in the pit lane for some reason. So,
Oh no.
yeah, don't know what's happening here.
Has he not fueled the car up properly? Has there been a penalty coming out of the pits?
Potentially,
Across
yeah.
the blend line coming out of the pits, maybe?
Got to be a
18
15-second
seconds.
penalty. Yeah.
Yeah, 18 seconds they were in on the jack floor. So, yeah, you're probably right there, mate. Oh, that's really disappointing for them.
Maybe a
Might have
speeding
just-
in pit lane penalty. Maybe got off the limiter a little bit too early. We've also seen some cars often will disengage the limiter when they do a driver swap, and some drivers forget that the limiter is turned off and just jump into it. But just trying to get a replay and see if it was a crossing the blend line penalty. Very, very tough to get a crossing the blend line penalty at Daytona, and I don't think it would be that. So I'm going to guess a speeding penalty based on the time that they were stopped for.
Yeah, they didn't take tyres or anything other than possibly a little bit of fuel just to top it back up again. Which would explain the other, like, the extra time on top of the 15 seconds.
Just hearing from Renz Brookman in the chat that it was indeed a speeding penalty, so at least
Good call.
we've got something right at this
I
race.
was going to say, you're getting quite a lot right today.
Oh, I've done a lot better than normal, but I'm just going to fast forward.
6 cents is working today, mate.
Gonna go back to the front of GTE for a moment, because that gap is down to 14 seconds. That is the closest we have seen first and second in this class in the entire 8 hours we have been live here on V8s Online. The closest they were down to was 20 seconds, and that was when the Pure car was leading Logical. But now that Logical is about to come in to make their pit stop next time around, they will lose the lead, and it will drop out too. Actually, they're coming in right now. They will lose that lead, and they'll drop about 30 seconds behind Pure Racing Team. Pure now really putting the pedal down. They are almost in a situation where they can pit and still maintain the lead. It is getting very, very close in that class for that to happen.
I think we've actually seen this from Pure Racing Team before as well. Because just thinking back to a few BES races and so on, where they've used that strategy of getting like that overlap and then just pushing it a little bit and putting the pedal to the metal at the right time to be able to extend that gap to the point where they get the lead. Oh, hang on, I've just had.
Yep, now I'm going to guess, just from watching these cars battle in the last little while, that the iRacing Argentina car will just stay behind, save fuel, and look at how early they're out of the throttle. They're out of the throttle at the start line. They're going to save as much fuel as they can to try and even get another lap, and doesn't look like Champs iRacing want anything to do with that. They don't want to play in that strategy game. They don't want to be involved. They've let iRacing Argentina through quite easily. Oh, hang on. Champs iRacing, you've got to come back here. This is not over.
Sometimes it is the better strategy to let your opponent through, because on Daytona you've got that draft, and it is so important to use it wisely.
Especially if they're faster than you when they're in fresh air. If you can jump in behind, save some fuel, then you actually end up being a little bit faster, and you save time at your pit stop. That's a big key as we move on to 8 hours to go in this race. And just here as well, the Coanda car, that penalty was for an early release of the pit lane speed limiter. That's what caused that car to now be 30 seconds behind the Evolution Racing team. Marcus Lenderman, very, very quick as well. So that Coanda SimSport car will probably close up once again. But Champs iRacing on board, looking ahead to the iRacing Argentina car. Will they come past? Will they try and come on by? Will they tuck in behind and save fuel? I'm going to predict saving.
Yeah, very much so.
They're not stressed about getting past at the moment, are they?
Not at all. They're in the commanding position actually.
Sim Racing DP in the pits to make their next stop as well. We're got about 20 minutes to go in our stint of the broadcast. I think it might be time for us to start talking predictions about what's going to happen in this race and what you're feeling. Fonty, what are you feeling will happen in the next few hours of this race?
Well, it is going to be interesting. Obviously, we look at the DB fields. That Radical's car, they are slowly closing the gap into the car in front. So it's going to be an interesting battle between those guys. I reckon the most interesting battle will be the GTE, sorry. We obviously saw the speed penalty for the Coanda car, so it's interesting to see how they go for the rest of the race. Can they come back through and stay out of trouble? But yeah, the GT3 field, well, I don't think that's certainly not over. It's all going to come down to that last stop, and if you can, save enough fuel. What about your pick, guys?
Well, for me, I think Vandervelde have just proven why they are one of the top teams in sim racing at the moment. They're absolutely blitzing it in 2 of the 3 classes, and the 2 classes that they're contending in. They've just got a stranglehold on the entire field in both of those classes. And Hayden Burns at the moment in the GT3, they're leading by about 42 seconds, but they're a full pit stop ahead of the rest of the field as well. So at worst, they're about 40 seconds ahead. At best, they're a full lap ahead of the entire field in that class. So Vandervelde in the GT3 field, something would have to go wrong for those guys. Touch wood, it doesn't, because they're doing a great job at the moment. In the DP field, the Vandervelde car as well, also doing a great job. But that Radical's car is just doing enough to close the gap in ever so slightly. It might be like 2 or 3 seconds a stint, but if they can start to close that a little bit more every stint, instead of it being 2 or 3 seconds a stint, get it down to 5 seconds a stint, this race could be on with a little while to go. But it's looking at the moment as though Vandervelde have got 2 of the 3 classes sewn up. But in GTE, it's going to be very close to... It's really going to come down to when that last pit stop happens for those 2 cars. If it can fall in favour of Logical while they've got that lead and they can hold on to that lead that is slimming, then they're in a good situation, as they've just punched out some pretty quick laps with Luis Rodriguez there. But the Pure Racing team as well, they've done a very, very good job. It's between those 2 teams. I don't know who it will come down to, but it's definitely between those 2 as it stands right now.
Yeah, on that Logical Pure Racing team battle, I think the last stint may have been the turning point potentially for that battle, because Pure Racing team really put the hammer down to Logical, and Logical have to respond. They don't get an option in this now. They've got to bring that 10-15 seconds back in their favour, because I think it's about 30 seconds back on Pure Racing team at the moment. So it's swung 10 seconds in Pure Racing's favour, and Logical have to respond with some really quick times. And Lewis honestly is doing exactly that. He's at least like half a second quicker every lap at the moment. So across the course of a stint, he might be able to bring that back if he can keep that pace differential up. But
it's going to be very, very entertaining last 8 hours at whatever happens from here on in. And, it will be lots of fun. The guys over at RaceSpot will have it for you. They'll get back in the booth in around about 19 or so minutes time, and it's shaping up to be a very, very interesting race. All 3 classes have some battles forming, or some stories to be told. So, or some stories that have been left untold with PJ Sturgis as well. The NX Racing car, they're not out of it at all as well. They're staying on the lead lap. They were in that situation where they were going a lap down continually. They are now staying on the lead lap. They've probably gained about 10 or 12 seconds in the last hour or two.
Yep. I was going to say, from the DP field, we've actually got a bit of a slow-burning battle between 5 cars. It's going. I think in the last sort of sections of the race, we're going to see everything from Team RSO down to Vendaval Sim Racing Blue getting involved with each other in some way, shape, or form. So it's too difficult to tell which groups of cars are going to end up together, but those 5 are going to be the ones that are going to be mixing it up in the last couple of hours for position. And like you just can't write off that insane drive by Fabrice Cornelis in the Vendaval Blue car. That's just astonishing.
And he's actually not far off catching the back of the TMR Esports car ahead, only 15 seconds up the road, although they will both be in the pits probably in the next lap or two. But this Vendaval Blue car has been a phenomenal drive in the last little while, and the pace that Cornelis has shown has been outstanding in this race. So it's been phenomenal to watch. Definitely will be a talking point of what might have been for those guys. So yeah, it's probably a disappointing end that they are so far back from where they should be.
Yeah, had things turned out differently, I think we'd have had a 3-way fight between Vendaval White, Vendaval Blue, and the red line car that got taken out in the early stages as well.
Yeah,
that'd have been a very different fight than we have now. But such is 24-hour racing. Anything can happen, and often does.
Yep, and it has, and it will still, with still a third of this race to go, will still unfold even further in the next little while.
Yeah.
Vendaval Sim Racing Yellow with Hayden Burns at the wheel. They came in about 3 laps ago. The gap, as I said before, was going down to about 40 seconds. Actually has dropped a little bit. It's down to the lowest point has been between Vendaval Sim Racing Yellow and iRacing Argentina for a long time. It's under 40 seconds. Now obviously the iRacing Argentina car will be in the pits in about 6 or 7 laps, but that is definitely the closest that those guys have been to the Vendaval car. That is the closest that Vendaval have had a car behind them for the last probably 4 hours or so.
Yeah, it looks like in the last couple of laps, they've definitely caught up with a bit of traffic.
So Hayden Burns actually has come back with his pacer, hasn't he?
He has indeed, but he took tires at the last pit stop, which I think is quite a large chunk of time added towards iRacing Argentina's favour that way. Now, having said that, iRacing Argentina also took tyres at the last pit stop, so strike one for Phil being wrong there. Talking of iRacing Argentina, they are really close with Champs iRacing still. Champs seem happy to just take the fuel saving.
Yeah, they're just happy tucked in behind, aren't they?
Yeah, probably the right call for those guys, I reckon. I saw that it closed up to the second there. What is it? 3 seconds now, but yeah, certainly nothing in it.
Vendaval Sim Racing Blue in the pits with Fabrice Cornelis in. We'll fairly sure he's going to stay in the car for another stint, because why not? why not just keep going?
Campsite
until you-
Racing, they've just gone off.
Oh wow, let's hurt them. We've lost probably what 5 or 6 seconds from that.
Second one off.
Yeah, it's pushed them back to 6 seconds back now, so they've got a good draft on the, what car is that? That's the Alpine Eagle Racing car, which is bringing them, well, minimising the damage a little bit.
Yeah, got back in the draft there, so it hasn't hurt them anywhere near as bad as it potentially could have. We haven't got too long to go. In this Fonty, I'm not going to talk about food with you because food has been the talking point the whole way through this broadcast. What will the food menu be for you when it comes time for you to get breakfast in the morning? When you get up towards the end of this race?
Yeah, I reckon I'll be probably sleeping till about lunchtime, mate, and then get up and maybe some bacon and eggs, I reckon. It's got tomorrow off, so it's been a long week, so just chill out tomorrow, really. Or today, I should say.
Menu for me for the rest of the day, we're going to have sausages with mashed potato, onion gravy, and a bit of veggies on the side.
There we go, bangers and mash, eh?
A bit of old school bangers and mash, but we got nice little flavoured sausages, a bit of curry powder and a bit of bacon in the middle of the sausage as well, just to add something a little bit different.
Oh,
That
mate,
does sound
that's all
tasty.
on the fire. That's pretty good.
Especially with a bit of onion gravy. Nothing better than something with onion gravy. Gravy that's got big, nice bits of onion in the middle of it and the flavours all soaked through. That's always good fun. But what are you going to have when you finish up?
I think I'm gonna have another coffee and try and stay up as late as possible because
I think coffee's on the menu for me as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be a coffee binge this evening. I think maybe if I'm still awake enough for curry. If not, then likely to be just some bananas and like fruit and some electrolytes and stuff like that because it's been a pretty tough day so far. Which started around about 6 p.m. yesterday for me, so still going.
Simon Feigl, is this the Breakfast Club? Yes, we are the Breakfast Club right now. We are talking food. We are all really, really hungry. It's been a very, very long stint. And, I've managed to eat an ice cream and an icy pole and have about 3 coffees in the seat. But I tell you what, I'm getting a bit hungry after me cornflakes at 7:30 this morning. It's been a long shift.
I was going to say, can it be classed as breakfast at 6 in the evening?
Wow, who'd know? Who'd know? Nothing better than cereal with really cold milk on a boiling hot day. I actually quite like it on a really hot day.
Oh yeah.
MSP Phoenix 85 car is one to watch at the moment. It is starting to close in on Professor Miller's after his pit stop. So the 85 car, we've seen them have all sorts of dramas. They are going to be one to watch in the next little bit, see if they can get up. But the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th in the DP class is definitely going to be very, very entertaining in the next few hours. The battle 2nd to 3rd in DP is also going to be very, very interesting because the Radicals Online car has just come out from their pits and they're only 6 seconds ahead from the NX Racing car behind.
Yeah, PJ's just been putting in some stunning laps in the last couple of stints. You can even see a 37 in there somewhere, so that's some pretty heavy times coming down against the Radicals Online.
Saying that, the Radicals car, have a look at the time that it just come back with and responded with the first flying lap out of the pits, a 37.7.
Whoa.
That's some incredible pace from the Radicals car. So it was 6 seconds at the line. It's already 6.5 as PJ Sturgis is stuck in a little bit of traffic. But Adam Turney at the moment, absolutely flying now that he's made his pit stop. He is well and truly on a charge. Only 4 tenths off his fastest lap of the race.
I was going to say, he's really liking those new boots, isn't he? He's ringing their necks. Hopefully he doesn't wear them out too quickly though, because I do remember last time I ran the DP, if you were too heavy-footed on at the start of a stint, you could really drop off towards the end of a stint. But having said that, I haven't driven it for a while, so I could be wrong on that now. Well, that's an astonishing lap out of the blocks.
See if he can improve on this one, because he's actually getting a little bit of draft down the front straight. He's actually had great advantage from other cars. We'll see what he can do. Another 37.6.
Oh, really, really turning up the heat. That's actually putting a bit more pressure back onto the Vendaval car, because now they've got to like step it up and make sure they're in the low 38s at least, if not a little bit quicker to keep the Radicals online car at bay.
Just noticing as well, the next racing car of PJ Stedros is actually right in behind the car behind them for position. They're about to put another lap on the Team RSO car to put them 3 laps behind the entire DP field, and that is about to happen now. So the front 3 DPs all on the same lap, and then we go 3 laps back to the next car, which is Team RSO. So pretty big margin, first to fourth right now.
It's almost like there's a class of pros and a class of not quite there yet.
It's almost like a pro and an AM class, isn't it? The way that they're looking
Yeah.
at the moment. It's just 2 separate classes of cars, and then you've got the next group, which is the what might have been group with Theo Martin Esports, Vanderval and MSP Phoenix, and they're actually getting quite close, those 3 cars. There's less than 20 seconds separating the 3 cars. So some real interesting talking points coming up and really interesting stories developing in this race, with just on 8 hours to go in I'm just noticing as well, the GTE class leader, that gap has dropped. Was that 34? It's back down to 32 seconds between Pure Racing and Logical Vortex. So Luis Rodriguez is starting to punch in some very, very quick lap times and starting to close a little bit of time. His last 2 laps, he's been a tiny bit off the pace of the Pure Racing team, but the laps beforehand, he's been quite pacey and back on the pace of, it's just on cue. He's made a mistake at turn 2 and run very wide, and now off in the marbles, or just managed to hold on. That was very, very lucky. But all that talking up you have done is gone.
Commentators curse strikes again.
It's still working after 8 hours of non-stop talking. It's still working. But first and second is definitely not over, as we've been saying throughout this 8 hours of live broadcasting, that it's really going to come down to when that last pit stop falls for both Logical and Pure cars, and the Radicals Online car battling with IGGAF. That's not as far apart as it once was either. It's back into 27 seconds.
Yeah, they're keeping it like Manuel Sanchez has been pumping in some really, really good times, keeping IDGF at bay, but I think they're slightly closing in now, very slightly. Last lap was in Radical's favour, but the majority of the previous ones are in IDGAF's favour. So it'd be interesting if that starts getting closer in the next couple of stints, because like closing that down, that'll give us another battle in the GTEs that just seem to be the gift that keeps on giving at the moment.
And in the GT3 class, first to second is down to 34 seconds. iRacing Argentina are well and truly on a charge, 1.3 seconds quicker than Hayden Burns' last lap. They are definitely looking to move forward, and that is not over at the front of GT3, because Bruno Astari in the car at the moment, he is punching out some incredibly quick lap times in that class. There's only one car faster than him in this class at the moment, and that is Joe Burkett. So Burkett is the fastest car in that class, and he's got it down to 80 seconds to the car ahead, and he's probably, looking at the pace that he's got at the moment, able to catch up to the back of Champs iRacing.
I was going to say he's got...
sorry, mate, you go.
No, go for it, Fundy.
I was just going to say Champs iRacing have dropped off quite a bit since they had that moment where they ran off the track. Yeah, 11.3 seconds between them and the iRacing Argentina car. So yeah, Joe Burkett certainly on the charge could definitely catch them for sure.
We're leaving plenty of interesting action ahead here on V8's Online. We'll be wrapping it up in the next 2 or 3 minutes because our friends over at RaceSpot TV are getting ready to get underway for the final 8 hours of this race. It's going to be action-packed for sure, so make sure you stick around on iRacing Live for RaceSpot TV's continued coverage of the iRacing 24. But before we wrap it up, we need to thank a few people. Thanks to Brant Tucker for jumping in with no sleep after we woke him up from his slumber. Turned up an hour late, but that's okay. We'll let him off. And also to Corey Ott, to Bo Albert for jumping in for a couple of moments. Fonty, to yourself, thank you. And to Phil Morton, to yourself as well, thank you as well. Appreciate both of your help over the last 4 hours.
No worries, anytime, my friend.
It's been good. It's been good to come on and be a part of the official iRacing Daytona 24 hour. We certainly love doing the endurance events here at V8's Online. So yeah, we look forward to broadcasting the next one for sure.
Yep. We can't wait to be part of a few more of these special events, and the next broadcast we will have on V8's Online. We'll be back tomorrow night for V8 Supercars from Imola. iRacing official V8 Supercars Monday night Australian Eastern Time. It's 10:15 GMT. And Tuesday night we also have our fundraising event to raise funds for Oz and Z community member Tristan Yelland, who unfortunately is battling MND and unable to continue to do what he loves doing, which is sim racing. So we're going to do a bit of dirt racing in his honour and try and raise a few dollars for him on Tuesday night, and then Thursday night we will have our continued coverage of CPR Cup and Sim Parts Rallycross, and Sunday more endurance racing. Next Sunday we'll be back for the Oceanic Endurance Championship and Oceanic Sprint Championship, both returning next week. Really looking forward. And Phil, I know that you are happy and devastated at exactly the same time that that they are returning and will be back.
I just know how much sleep I've had in the last 24 hours, and I've got a lot more work to do to get Oceanic Endurance Championship ready for next week. So hopefully we'll have it all done by tomorrow evening, and get all of the documentation out to the drivers and the teams, and get it all underway again after quite a long break over Christmas.
Well, we might wrap it up and send it back over to our friends over at RaceSpot TV for their continued coverage. A big thank you to everyone for tuning in here on V8's Online. It has been an absolutely enjoyable 8 hours, and we look forward to watching the rest of the coverage with our friends over at RaceSpot TV. Make sure you stick with us here on iRacing Live. They will be on air in just a moment. We will wrap it up from the team here at V8's Online. Thank you for tuning in, and we will see you next time.